In my previous life, the campus queen treated me with indifference. After my rebirth, I activated an employee system, and unexpectedly, the campus queen's mother became my personal secretary. Bronze level secretary, silver level secretary, the campus queen's mother as a master level secretary. Campus Belle's mom. Isn't failure something that always runs through life? Chen Mo lifted his head and drained his last bottle of alcohol, gazing emptily into the pitch-black night sky. A fatal backstab from a business partner. A company that collapsed overnight after pouring all my efforts into it. The goddess I pursued for 20 years but whose calls went unanswered once I went bankrupt. I have nothing left. These were the tragic memories of his 30-plus years flashing through Chen Mo's mind before he lost consciousness. Alcohol poisoning as an escape, it might even be a form of relief. Chen Mo's consciousness gradually faded until he slipped into oblivion, his mind empty. Who knows how much time passed? Suddenly, the anxious, alluring scream of a mature woman pierced the silence. Chen Mo's eyes flew open. The first thing he saw was a scene that stirred his blood. A man was blocking a woman in a fitted black suit, her mature, voluptuous figure on full display. Her ample bust, slim waist, and curvy hips, especially in those fitted pants, accentuated every contour, with even a faint outline of her undergarments visible. Such a captivating mature woman, no wonder a man couldn't resist pestering her. This woman was lethal to men of any age. Wait. Why did she look so familiar? Su Qingxue? Her mom. I chased the campus Belle's mom for 20 years. Wait, no, why does she look so young? What is going on? Chen Mo stared in disbelief at the elegant mature woman scolding the greasy middle-aged man. Could it be, am I dreaming? Slap. A sudden, loud slap echoed. The campus Belle's mom had slapped the man, seemingly because of something he said. The slap only infuriated the greasy man further. He pointed at her, cursing. Suyun, you're asking for it. I'll ruin you. Help. Suyun called out for help, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear as she looked toward Chen Mo in the distance. Although Su Qingxue had never been kind, her mother had always treated Chen Mo well. Besides, she had later become a successful entrepreneur, a remarkably capable woman. Who would ve thought she'd end up in this situation? Chen Mo frowned and grabbed a brick from the sidewalk. The greasy man, sensing something amiss, turned to see Chen Mo approaching, brick in hand, with a cold, emotionless expression. Fighting someone with such a dangerous look was something he wanted to avoid. We're just having a lover's quarrel, it's none of your business, the man tried to bluff. But Chen Mo knew Su Qingxue's family situation perfectly well. Her mother, Su Yun, had been single all her life. Many men wanted her, but none succeeded. Chen Mo. Su Yun recognized him then. After all, their homes were only 2 streets apart, and he was often with her daughter. Millimeter. Chen Mo nodded and raised the brick. Seeing this, the greasy man panicked completely, swore, and bolted. Halfway, he turned and shouted, Su Yun, you're fired. Acting all high and mighty, damn it. Thud. Get lost. Chen Mo hurled the brick, cutting off the man's rant. The greasy man fled quickly, disappearing in an instant. Chen Mo turned to Su Yun, Aunt Su, are you all right? She nodded, her eyes slightly red, and said softly, I'm fine, thank you, Chen Mo. Su Yun suddenly winced in pain and leaned to one side. Chen Mo quickly supported her. Aunt Su, are you hurt? My ankle. I twisted it. Su Yun's delicate brows knitted in pain. She wore black high heels, not too high but perfectly matched with her professional attire. Perhaps unused to them, she must have twisted her ankle in a hurry. Can you walk? No. I can't. Su Yun tried taking a step, but pain forced her to shake her head. Chen Mo looked around. It was already nighttime, with few cars or people in sight. There was no other option. Chen Mo crouched in front of her. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat as she watched him crouch down, inhaling lightly. I'd rather walk on my own, she said softly. But as she took a step, she stumbled, letting out a cry. Chen Mo, quick to react, caught her, and she ended up on his back. The unexpected closeness made both of them freeze. Chen Mo felt the softness against his back, giving him a feeling of euphoria. Cough. Su Yun's beautiful face flushed slightly. Realizing they couldn't stay like this, Chen Mo quickly stood up and started walking with her on his back. Their destination, Suyun's home, was about 3 kilometers away. The silence between them grew a bit awkward. Ansu, how old are you this year? HM? His sudden question caught Suyun off guard. What else with him asking about my age? For a woman, age is a secret, especially after 30. You're asking about Qingshua's age, aren't you? She assumed. Chen Mo, however, was simply trying to break the silence and maybe even gauge the current year. Qingxue is 18 this year. You two are classmates, so you must be the same age, right? 18. He'd gone back 18 years. It was 2023. So now it must be 2005. Chen Mo's mind whirled. This was the year when so many things had happened. Old Chen, who raised him, passed away. He took the college entrance exams, confessed to Su Qingxue and was rejected. Their family store was sold off at a low price, and he began college. His life's path had essentially been set in that year. Chen Mo? Chen Mo! Suyun called out close to his ear. Snapping back to reality, he caught a faint, mature fragrance from her. Huh? Yes, Qingxue and I are the same age. Oh, were you both at school to pick up your acceptance letters today? Did you get in? Yes. I got in. His entrance exam scores had been decent. He'd worked hard for Qingshue's sake to attend the same college as her. But even being in the same college hadn't made a difference. He'd been ignored despite trying to please her every day. In the end, though he'd won her, Qingshue's feelings had always been reluctant. He had no intention of reliving that life. Avoid Qingxue, avoid the brotherly betrayal by his business partner, avoid them all. Since he had a second chance, he'd live freely, boldly, and just as he pleased. Ding! Chapter 2, Sending the School Beauty's Mother Home. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, hearing the sudden crisp notification sound in his mind. An employee system. Employee system, a system designed to help the host recruit staff, dominate the business world, and reach the pinnacle of life. Recruit employees? Yes, the host only needs to recruit outstanding employees to receive generous rewards. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Whatever he thought, the system would immediately respond to his questions. The system is in sync with the hostess' thoughts. This is a basic function of the system. Chen Mo. Next, introducing the reward structure. Different levels of employees offer different rewards. Different levels of employees? Yes, employees will be comprehensively rated based on appearance, physique, demeanor, ability, and potential. Employees below 60 points receive no reward. 60-69 points receive a bronze level reward. 70-79 points receive a silver level reward. 80-84 points receive a gold level reward. 85-89 points receive a diamond level reward. 90-94 points receive a master level reward. 95-99 points receive a grandmaster level reward. 100 points receive a king level reward. Hearing the ranking, Chen Mo felt like he was back playing 101 or King of Glory. He wondered what kind of perfect person would score 100 as a secretary. Somehow, he was filled with anticipation. So, Xiao Chen, did you apply to the same university as my daughter, Qingxue? Actually, even if it's not the same university, you've been classmates for so long, so you'll always have a deep bond. You can keep in touch during breaks. Suyun thought Chen Mo was feeling down, so she softly reassured him. At that moment, Chen Mo received his first system task. Ding! Life main task, the host is required to recruit their first secretary. Secretary score requirement, over 60 points, reward, 10,000 points. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Education, high school. Physical ability, 6 points ordinary. Charm, 6 points ordinary. Skills, none. Reputation, 99. Wealth, 1 yuan, ranked 678,532 in Qingyang County. Secretary, none. Chen Mo glanced at his profile, raising an eyebrow slightly. With just 1 yuan, he ranked 678,532nd in the county. Ding, achievement task, become the richest person in Qingyang County, reward 10,000 points, title, Qingyang County's richest title attribute, charm plus 50. Points can be used to exchange for items in the system mall. Chen Mo was now clear on how the system worked. With this powerful boost, he felt a newfound hope for the future. Xiao Chen, we're here. Suyun's voice pulled him back to reality. He looked at the old building and said, Ansu, you live on the 4th floor, right? Yes. Xiao Chen, I'll go up by myself. Ansu, we're already here, please don't be shy and let me help you all the way. Chen Mo carried Suyun and started up the stairs. It was fortunate that it was already late, most neighbors were at home eating or watching TV. Suyun's delicate face was tucked behind his neck, hoping no one would see her. Chen Mo quickly made his way up the stairs. As his steps grew bolder, Suyun's face turned red. Her mature body began to heat up, especially as Chen Mo's youthful energy made her feel like she was 18 again. Phew, we're here. Chen Mo stopped at the door of the first apartment on the 4th floor. Thank you, Xiao Chen, Suyun said softly, taking out her keys and opening the door. The lights were on in the living room, someone was home. Come in, Xiao Chen. Have a glass of water. Suyun warmly invited him in. No, thank you, Ansu. I should go home. You're sweating, come in and have a drink and wash your face. Suyun would feel guilty if she let Chen Mo leave without showing her gratitude. If he hadn't stepped in, she might have been taken advantage of by Bold Ju. Reluctant to refuse her hospitality, Chen Mo helped her inside. Qingxue, come pour a glass of water for Xiao Chen. Hearing her mother's call, Su Qingxue walked out. Seeing Chen Mo, her delicate brows furrowed, her gaze turning cold. Chen Mo, why are you here? I told you, there is no way we could ever be together. Can you stop being so clingy? You're even coming to my house now, this is annoying. Su Qingxue pointed to the door, her tone icy. Leave immediately. Chen Mo was taken aback but then smiled, realizing she hadn't changed. But now, he was no longer the humble Chen Mo who once groveled at her feet. Why are you smiling? Su Qingxue felt provoked by his smile. Now, get out. Qingxue. How could you talk to him like that? Suyun was shocked by her daughter's rudeness. Chen Mo didn't he come for you? He's not here for me. Oh, really? Who else would he be here for, then? You? Qingxue, you. Ansu, I'll take my leave. Not wanting any ties with Su Qingxue, Chen Mo left without explanation. Xiao Chen, Suyun murmured, watching his lonely silhouette leave. For a moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Mom, don't be fooled by him. I know his intentions. Su Qingxue, that's enough. Suyun looked at her daughter with anger. You speaking so rudely to Chen Mo. Do you know why he came? Your mother was harassed, and he helped me out. I twisted my ankle, couldn't walk, and he carried me home 3 kilometers without a word of complaint. When I invited him in for a drink, that's all it was. And you, giving him a cold reception and harsh words the moment you saw him. Isn't that going too far? A person shouldn't be so self-centered. Su Qingxue blushed, speechless. Chapter 3, Only 3 Things. After leaving Su Qingxue's home, Chen Mo walked down the old alleyway. The streetlights were dim, casting his shadow long across the narrow path. Turning down 2 more streets, he arrived at an old avenue lined with various small shops. In the heart of this street stood a 3-story building. On the ground floor was an old convenience store that had been open for 18 years, marked by a large sign reading Old Street Supermarket. The store was as old as Chen Mo himself. 18 years ago, on the first day of business, Chen Hanzhong and his wife, Yi Shuhui, had found a swaddled baby at the doorstep. Surprised and filled with a mix of emotions, Yi Shuhui picked up the bundle, discovering a baby boy inside, who looked at her with wide, unblinking eyes. Instantly, her motherly instincts took over. The boy was Chen Mo, and from that day on, he was raised with boundless love by the elderly couple, who had no children of their own despite over 20 years of marriage. 2 months before Chen Mo's college entrance exams, his foster father Chen Hanzhong passed away from illness, and Yi Shuhui lost her drive to run the now sprawling store, which had expanded to cover nearly 300 square meters. She planned to sell it at a relatively low price, a decision she would later regret, not because of the sale price, but because she deeply missed the memories it held of her life with Chen Hanzhong. Hey, isn't he this Xiao Mo? Coming home this late? Your mom has been waiting for you, called out a middle-aged man descending from upstairs. He wore a seemingly friendly smile, though his shrewd eyes betrayed him. This was Fu Lamine, an old hand at the store, particularly responsible for supply orders, a prime position, as some said. He was the one who eventually took over the shop. Chen Mo later discovered that Fu Lemin had taken advantage of the sale, underreporting inventory and undervaluing the store. But back then, Chen Mo was so focused on his one-sided love for Su Qingxue that he hadn't noticed. Now, with a second chance at life, Chen Mo was determined not to let Fu Lemin exploit his family's store again and wanted to ensure that his foster mother, Yi Shuhui, would have no regrets. Thinking of her unwavering kindness, he quickly bounded up 4 steps at a time, reaching the 3rd floor in no time. The door was already open, and there stood a weary-looking woman. Yi Shuhui, who could always recognize Chen Mo's footsteps, would unfailingly open the door for him whenever he returned home. This familiar sight stirred a deep sense of nostalgia in Chen Mo's heart. In his previous life, Yi Shuhui had passed away shortly after he graduated from college, leaving him with no one waiting at the door. "Mom," he said softly, stepping forward to embrace her tightly. "Oh. What has gotten into you today?" she asked, surprised. "Nothing, just felt like hugging you," Chen Mo replied. She chuckled gently. "Silly boy, come on in and eat. It's late. Where have you been out so long?" Yi Shuhui's familiar, affectionate nagging washed over him as she helped him to the table, her excitement palpable when she saw his university acceptance letter. "My son. You got into Shanghai University. That's wonderful," she exclaimed, holding him close. As they sat down to eat, Chen Mo felt immense gratitude, watching her pile his plate with food, scolding him playfully when he paused to gaze at her. "What are you staring at? Eat," she scolded with a light-hearted tap on his chopsticks. Chen Mo grinned and began to eat heartily, only realizing how hungry he was when she urged him to slow down and sip some water. Casually, he asked, "Mom, I ran into Fu Lemin downstairs. Why was he at our place?" Her face fell slightly. "I was thinking of selling him our store." Chen Mo set down his chopsticks, his gaze serious. "Mom, why are you planning to sell it? Is it because of Dad?" Yi Shuhui hesitated, then nodded. "Partially. The business has also slowed down over the years, and running it has been exhausting. I thought I could rest if I sold it." Chen Mo nodded, looking at her intently. "Mom, let us hold off on selling it. I've still got 2 months before college starts. Would you let me try running the store for a bit?" Surprised, she looked at him. "You want to give it a try?" He nodded. She noticed her son's new sense of resolve, a side of him she hadn't seen before. Figuring that 2 months wouldn't make much difference, she agreed, smiling as she placed a piece of meat in his bowl. "All right, give it a shot." That night, Chen Mo lay awake, savoring the chance he had to change the future. Early the next morning, he jumped out of bed, finding comfort in the familiar room. At 7, he quickly dressed and joined his mother, who looked surprised by his unusually early start. "Mom, I just need you to introduce me to everyone," he said as they walked down to the store. The staff had gathered. 7 people worked in the store, 2 cashiers, 4 sales assistants, and 1 manager, Fu Lemin. A slightly plump middle-aged woman named Wang Cuiping greeted them warmly. Before long, everyone was assembled by the counter, curious and slightly anxious. They thought Yi Shuhui had come to announce the sale of the store. "Everyone, I have an announcement," she began. "From today on, you won't be reporting to me. From now on, you'll be answering to Chen Mo." Everyone exchanged confused glances, especially Fu Lemin, who couldn't hide his shock. Chen Mo looked at the group and said firmly, "I'm taking over, and I'll be focusing on just 3 things. Chapter 4, Women Drawn by the News. First, all financial accounts must be reviewed by me personally. Second, all incoming stock prices must be approved by me. Third, all product prices must be set by me." Chen Mo hadn't even finished speaking when Fu Lemin, who was standing beside him, turned red and confronted him angrily. "Xiao Mo, what do you mean by this? It's nothing special, just standardizing operations." "Standardizing operations? I think you're targeting me. I've worked here for so many years. Don't you think your mother knows what kind of person I am?" Fu Lemin looked to Yi Shuhui for support, but she simply smiled, showing no reaction. Calmly, Chen Mo replied, "Everyone will follow these procedures. No exceptions." Fu Lemin scoffed. "Heh, so you're really targeting me, huh? Fine, I quit." He threw down his supply sheets and started to storm off. Uncle Fu, wait. About the accounts. I'll have someone verify them with you later. Go ahead, I'll be waiting, he sneered and kicked a trash can as he left. Everyone could see that Chen Mo's first act of authority had just ousted Fu Lamin, and they immediately took him more seriously. Xiao Mo no, boss, tell us what you need, and we'll make sure it's done right. Wang Cuiping said with a smile. Actually, I do have one task for everyone, Chen Mo replied, clearing his throat. I need you to write up a job advertisement and put it in front of the store. A job ad? Who are we hiring? They all asked curiously. We're looking for a secretary. If you know anyone suitable, please refer them, Chen Mo said, glancing around. A secretary? Any requirements? They asked eagerly. First, must have graduated high school, Chen Mo replied. What? The aunts were taken aback. Very few people in their generation had completed high school. Second, must be at least 165 centimeters tall. And lastly, this is important, the candidate must be female. Just with those first two requirements, they struggled to think of anyone qualified. How much is the salary? Aunt Zhang, the cashier, asked hesitantly. Chen Mo thought for a moment. 2,000. 2,000. The aunts exchanged stunned glances. That was a huge amount in their eyes. If they perform well and show ability, the monthly salary will increase to 3,000 after a 1-month probation. Gasps spread among them. 3,000 a month was practically unheard of. Even Fu Lamin, who had just left in a huff, only made about 1,500 a month. In their eyes, Chen Mo seemed to be throwing money away recklessly. Yi Shuhui remained silent, though she, too, was curious if a secretary could be worth that much. But having given Chen Mo full control, she refrained from interfering. All right, spread the word, Chen Mo instructed, then went to write up the job posting himself. He placed it on a small table outside the store, pulling up a chair to start on-the-spot recruitment. Within moments, several curious neighbors gathered around. Hiring a secretary. Does this store even need one? Oh, Shuhui is spoiling that boy. Wow, probation pays 2,000 a month, and 3,000 after that. Hearing the salary, many people started to consider if they knew anyone who might qualify. But the educational requirement and height preference deterred most. They jokingly began calling Chen Mo the spendthrift and speculated that he de-squandered the family business. Despite this, people soon started calling others to apply. Within 30 minutes, over a dozen women had lined up to interview, ranging from teenage girls to mature women in their 30s and 40s. It was proof enough that money has its ways. Chen Mo assured the crowd, please be patient, I'll interview each of you one by one. While he was busy interviewing potential candidates, a group of 17 or 18-year-old girls arrived, among whom one stood out. Her beauty, figure, and elegance were exceptional. It was none other than his former crush Su Qingxue. Chapter 5, A Diamond-Level Secretary. Qingxue, it's really Chen Mo. Weren't we looking for a summer job? Let us go check it out. What did Luli's mom say about the salary? 2,000 during the probation period, and 3,000 per month once you're permanent. 3,000. No way, I have to try. Didn't they say you need to be at least 165 centimeters tall? That means only Luli and Qingxue qualify. Qingxue, you should go. Chen Mo would definitely hire you instantly. Yeah, everyone knows how much Chen Mo likes Qingxue. Su Qingxue's lips curled into a small smile, but when she recalled what had happened the night before, her mood darkened. With a cold expression, she lifted her chin and replied, even if he wants to hire me, I'm not interested. Qingxue, you'd be throwing away such a great opportunity. It's practically like he is handing you money. Exactly. Didn't your mom just leave her job? What about your college tuition? Hearing this, Su Qingxue started to waver. Right, with her mom recently unemployed, how would she cover her tuition? This secretary job paid 2,000 for the probation period alone. If she worked 2 months, she could pretty much cover her college tuition and living expenses. If you don't go, Luli will probably get the job. That comment instantly made Su Qingxue reconsider. Come on, Qingxue, give it a shot, her friend urged, linking arms with her and guiding her toward the crowd. By now, Chen Mo was quickly noting down details of each candidate. Scan result, name Zhang Hui, age 28. Score, appearance 65, figure 75, demeanor 70, skill 64, potential 66, overall score 68. Bronze level secretary. Chen Mo wrote 68, bronze next to her name. Any score above 60 qualified as a candidate, and Zhang Hui's score was the highest among them at that point. Xiao Mo, Luli S here, Aunt Li said with a smile. Chen Mo looked up briefly, nodded, and replied, "Oh, it's a busy day." "Got it, I'll go wait in line," Luli replied, stepping gracefully to the back of the line. "Why is Luli lining up?" one of the students wondered. Luli glanced at Su Qingxue and said, "It's crowded. Let us get in line, too." Su Qingxue shot a glance at the waiting crowd and then at Chen Mo, who was busy taking notes. Her gaze held a hint of pride. From how he had followed her every word in the past, she knew that just a word from her would secure the job. Yet, a flicker of caution crossed her mind. Did Chen Mo have ulterior motives? Still, Su Qingxue knew her influence over Chen Mo was strong. One look from her could make him freeze in place. Lifting her chin, she approached him like a proud swan. "Thank you, Ms. Jiang," Chen Mo said, smiling as he noted down details for a middle-aged woman and politely sending her off before turning back to his list. Su Qingxue walked up, expecting his immediate attention. "Maram, what is your surname?" "Lin, correct. And your education level?" "Oh, middle school." "I'm sorry, we're not accepting middle school graduates at the moment." "Thank you for coming," he said, not sparing her a glance and moving on to the next candidate. Su Qingxue, unable to believe his indifference, barely held back her anger. "Chen Mo." Chen Mo paused, not looking up. "If you're here for an interview, please queue in the line behind." "What did you just say?" Without meeting her eyes, Chen Mo replied seriously, "Am I unclear?" "If you're here to interview, please respect the line. If it's personal, I'll be available once I'm finished here." Su Qingxue took a deep breath, anger boiling over. "Fine, Chen Mo. So I called you out last night, and this is how you act? I didn't realize you were this petty. Pathetic." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away with her head held high. "Qingxue, are you leaving already? Did Chen Mo hire you?" asked one of the puzzled students. "Disgusting. Only a fool would stoop to be his secretary," Su Qingxue replied in disdain, still fuming. The remaining girls exchanged confused looks. What had just happened? Watching her walk away, Luli's expression grew complicated. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was surprised to see that Su Qingxue's score was exceptionally high. Scan result, name Su Qingxue, age 18. Score, appearance 91, figure 88, demeanor 90, skill 80, potential 82, overall score 86.2. Diamond level secretary. Note, potential for further growth. A diamond level secretary. Su Qingxue's skills and qualities were indeed exceptional, elevating her far above others. She was truly the pride of this small town. Yet Chen Mo knew to keep his distance from her both now and in the future. Continuing with his notes, he hadn't found any other candidates above a 70 score so far except for Su Qingxue. Although intrigued by what a diamond-level reward might entail, he dismissed the idea, knowing her nature. His gaze shifted to Luli, who seemed likely to score around 70. As he completed the interviews, he had nearly 50 names on his list, with the highest score just shy of 70. Finally, it was Luli's turn. "Chen Mo," she greeted him with a smile and a gentle voice. Chen Mo smiled back, nodding. "Name?" "Luli, 18 years old. Height, 172 centimeters, education, high school graduate." At 172 centimeters, Chen Mo noted her long, straight legs with mild admiration. At that moment, the system S score for Luli appeared in his mind. Luli's score, appearance 78, figure 82, demeanor 79, skill 76, potential 85, overall score 79.8. Silver level secretary. Note, potential for further growth. Just 0.2 points away from gold level. Chen Mo felt it was a pity, but she did have room to grow. With some training, she could soon reach the 80-point threshold for a gold-level secretary. Chapter 6, Hiring a Secretary to Turn Things Around. Okay, let's go home and wait for news. By the time Chen Mo finished registering Lilu's information, it was already noon. Time flies. Fortunately, there is an awning outside to block the sun. There are still a few people in line. Chen Mo didn't want to end the meeting at this time, after all, people had been waiting in line for such a long time. But the ratings of the following people were not very high. The highest comprehensive score is only 62 points. Have some water. Chen Mo looked at the water that was suddenly handed to him, was slightly stunned, looked up and saw that it was Li Lu. Thank you, why haven't you left yet? Chen Mo took the water with a smile, leaving the bottle cap unscrewed. Chen Mo looked at Li Lu with a little surprise in his heart. Sister Lu, you are not trying to take the back door, are you? Li Lu blushed immediately and explained hastily, who wants to go through the back door? My mom asked me to give it to you. Chen Mo smiled but said nothing, and nodded. Actually, I looked carefully at all the interviewees. Overall, your score is the best in all aspects. Li Lu couldn't help but purse her lips, for fear that the corners of her mouth would rise. She looked at Chen Mo with her bright eyes, waiting for him to say next. Let's see if anyone else comes this afternoon. I'll let you know the result as soon as possible. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he raised the water in his hand. Thank you for the water. Li Lu felt a little disappointed. But there was nothing wrong with Chen Mo doing this. After all, it was a bit hasty to make a decision in just one morning. But in fact, Li Lu herself was not sure whether she was qualified for this position. The trial period is 2,000 yuan a month. What you are doing must be difficult, right? The other side. Yi Shuhui came to ask Chen Mo to go back upstairs to eat. Lulu. How's it going? When Aunt Li saw Chen Mo going upstairs, she immediately ran over and asked. Li Lu shook her head slightly. Didn't want you. Aunt Li's voice unconsciously rose an octave. This was said as if he was marrying off his daughter. Aunt Li couldn't help scolding her. You're such a spendthrift. You didn't get the job interview, but you still insisted on buying water for people. You're just trying to please them. Go back and cook for your brother. At this time, Chen Mo walked to the second floor and watched the scene happening downstairs quietly. The scene of Li Lu handing her water appeared in her mind unconsciously. Her bright and clear eyes are so beautiful. Chen Mo looked at Li Lu's tall and slender back as she walked away. Her swaying ponytail looked particularly lively and beautiful. What are you still looking at? Come upstairs to eat. Yi Shuhui's voice came from upstairs. Good. Chen Mo agreed and ran upstairs quickly. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a table full of delicious dishes, and Chen Mo couldn't help but try them. Go wash your hands first, you greedy little devil. Yi Shuhui hit his hand angrily. Chen Mo chuckled, washed his hands, and immediately sat down at the table to eat. How was the interview today? Yi Shuhui asked casually while eating. She was watching upstairs all morning this morning. She also didn't know why Chen Mo wanted to hire a secretary. After taking a bite of his meal, Chen Mo looked up at Yi Shuhui and said, the interview was just like that. Mom, what do you think is wrong with our supermarket now? What caused it? Yi Shuhui couldn't help but reflect on this. Business isn't as good as before. The reason is probably because 2 new supermarkets have opened nearby, and there are many new small retail stores. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Yi Shuhui. What can we do? Yi Shuhui frowned and shook her head slightly. She and Lao Chen do business with honesty and affordable prices. As for business strategy, there really isn't one. Chen Mo burped and said confidently, then you will see how I can turn the tide for you. Yi Shuhui looked at him doubtfully, recruiting a secretary to turn things around. Chen Mo. This is actually true. After dinner, Chen Mo was thinking about how to revitalize his own supermarket. In fact, if you want to have customers, you must attract more traffic to the store. How do we get people to come to the store voluntarily? Chen Mo thought about a few points. First, organize promotional activities. This is the most direct and effective short-term approach. Second, during the event, we will implement a membership system and points card. Computers are not so advanced now, but you can use paper points, but it is a little cumbersome. Third, that is linkage. For example, in later generations, a square wants to maintain sufficient flow of people. Then there must be a full range of goods, including toys and food. They all influence each other and drive each other's consumption. When people come to play, it will inevitably drive other consumption, such as food and shopping. If people come to eat, it will most likely drive other consumption. Chen Mo's idea is based on this train of thought, taking these three aspects in turn. The first and second methods can be done together. The third method requires continuous operation and long-term planning. As Chen Mo was thinking, he fell asleep unknowingly. Because I was quite excited last night and didn't get much rest. It is a hot summer again. When the fatigue comes at noon, I really can't resist it. When Chen Mo woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He immediately put on his shoes, stood up and was about to go out when he heard Yi Shuhui's low voice coming from outside the door. Xiao Mo is still resting, you can ask them to come for the interview tomorrow. Chen Mo was moved, opened the door and shouted. Mom. Are you awake? Hey, young boss, you're finally awake. People keep coming for interviews downstairs, and we've been running around several times. The person who came upstairs was another store display clerk. She is so active, probably because some relative is coming to her house for an interview. Chen Mo smiled and said, okay, let's go down. However, before Chen Mo went downstairs, Yi Shuhui stuffed a bank card into his hand. The bank card was opened with his ID card and contained 50,000 yuan, which was for him to use to run the supermarket for the next 2 months. Yi Shuhui herself was going on a trip with her old friends. Chen Mo put away his bank card and went downstairs to find that there were quite a few people queuing. There are probably about 20 or 30 of them. It was estimated that the news of the prodigal son recruiting a secretary had spread thoroughly to the nearby streets, and everyone came to do so. Chen Mo came to the interview orning under the eager gazes of a group of women. Everyone, don't worry, come one by one. Chen Mo sped up the interview process, but also found many unqualified candidates. If you don't have a high school diploma or are less than 165 centimeters tall, please don't waste your time queuing. Thank you. After hearing this hint, many people left the team with disappointment on their faces. However, ever since the news that Chen Mo was going to recruit a secretary got out, there are obviously more people coming to the store today than usual. This is one way to attract traffic. It was evening. However, the store closes at 9 o'clock in the evening. The time for going to and from get off work also needs to be adjusted. Chen Mo looked at the gradually darkening sky and breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the last interview. Finally, it's done. Still, interview. A gentle and pleasant voice came from the table. Chen Mo sorted out the information and said subconsciously, sorry, I won't interview you. After he finished speaking, he looked up and saw a familiar and beautiful face. She had a beautiful oval face, delicate features, and a pair of beautiful eyes. She looked at Chen Mo with the tenderness of a mature woman. She was dressed very formally, in a suit that showed off her figure. The tight trousers outlined her plump waist and hips, her curvy figure, and her tight and full upper body, which was full of mature feminine charm. School Beauty Su Jingshui's mother. Suyun. Chapter 7, School Beauty's mom becomes secretary. Aunt Su. Chen Mo looked at Suyun, who was a little embarrassed, with a little surprise. Suyun offended the bold boss yesterday and was fired. Su Qingxue is going to college next, and the tuition and living expenses will require a lot of money. Suyun, who is unemployed, is under a lot of pressure. I went out to look for a job today, but I couldn't find one that satisfied me. Either the salary was too low or the work was too tiring. She originally wanted to come here to buy some vegetables and visit Chen Mo. After all, Su Qingxue was very harsh to Chen Mo last night, and she wanted to apologize to Chen Mo on behalf of Su Qingxue. Along the way, I heard that someone here was recruiting secretaries and the salary was very high. When I came over, I found it was Chen Mo. Hence, the scene at the beginning happened. Chen Mo put down the information in his hand and looked at her. Aunt Su, do you want an interview? Suyun waved her hands slightly awkwardly and said softly, since you are not hiring anymore, forget it. By the way, Auntie has something else to say. Don't take Jingshue's words to heart. I apologize to you on her behalf. No need for you to apologize, Aunt Su. By the way, how is your foot? Chen Mo saw that she was still a little uncomfortable walking. Much better. Suyun smiled, thank you for helping Auntie last night. Chen Mo, it's okay. Suyun glanced at the exquisite women's watch on her wrist and said, it's getting late. I'll leave first. After Suyun finished speaking, she turned around and left. Chen Mo looked at her mature and plump back, her hips twisting left and right as she walked, and couldn't help but say, Auntie Su, wait a moment. Suyun turned around and looked at Chen Mo with a pair of autumn water eyes with doubt. Chen Mo coughed lightly and said, "Aunt Su, please leave your message." Suyun tilted her pretty oval face slightly, with a hint of smile. "Still hiring? Don't force yourself, okay?" "No." Chen Mo didn't feel forced at all. Chen Mo was shocked by the score the system gave to Suyun. He had no reason to reject her. Name, Suyun, height 168 centimeters, education, high school graduate. Suyun's rating, appearance 94, figure 95, temperament 90, ability 89, potential 90. Overall rating, 91.6 points. Master level secretary. Hint, there is still room for improvement. 91.6 points. Master secretary. One level higher than Su Qingxue. Chen Mo knew that her score would definitely not be low, especially in terms of appearance and figure. Now Su Qingxue is being suppressed by Suyun. After all, in terms of figure, Suyun is an advanced version of Su Qingxue. But Chen Mo didn't expect Suyun's scores in other aspects were also so high. The ability reached 89 points. This proves that she is absolutely excellent at her job. Plus, high school students of that era still had some value. "Aunt Su, what was your previous job?" "I am mainly responsible for sales, and sometimes I have to do after-sales service. Anyway, I have to know a little bit about everything, otherwise I can't do sales well." When Suyun talked about her previous job, she looked somewhat helpless. "Aunt Su, do you know anyone who works on elevators?" "Elevator? Are you talking about the escalators that are available in big cities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen?" "Right." Chen Mo nodded. Suyun frowned and thought, "We don't have any here, but I was doing business before and I know a boss who is engaged in this new industry. I will help you contact him when the time comes. Then contact another decoration team." Suyun was puzzled for a moment. Why did Chen Mo treat her as an employee? But she still habitually took out paper and pen to take notes. "What do you want a decoration team for?" "I want to renovate the second floor of our supermarket and make it a place where we can eat and play." So, the elevator goes from the supermarket on the first floor to the second floor for eating and playing. Suyun had a quick mind and understood Chen Mo's thoughts instantly. "Right." Chen Mo looked at her with a smile, stretched out his hand and said, "Aunt Su, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Suyun was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly held Chen Mo's hand. "Xiao Mo, are you going to recruit me as your secretary?" "Well, Aunt Su, when can you go to work?" Chen Mo smiled and put away the pile of secretary information in his hand. I can do it right now." Suyun replied in surprise. "Aunt Su, don't worry, I'll tell you about the treatment first." "Yeah, go ahead. Your position is secretary. You are only responsible to me. The probation period is 1 month. The salary is 2,000 yuan. After becoming a regular employee, it will be 3,000 yuan. You have 2 days off per week. The working hours are 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Isn't this a bit? Any questions?" "Have." Suyun replied with a serious face. "What's the problem?" Chen Mo was a little confused, as his salary standard was almost the same as that of 10 years later. "I have too little time to do things." "You are really not being prodigal." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Auntie Su, don't think this position is easy. You will be busy later." Suyun nodded, with a hopeful expression on her face. "That's good." Chen Mo. "Suyun, if everything is okay, I will leave first." Chen Mo, "Okay, go to work at 9 tomorrow, Aunt Su, don't be late." After Suyun left, Chen Mo couldn't wait to check the reward given to him by the system. Bite. Host completes the main mission, the first secretary. Get rewards, 10,000 points. Master level treasure chest. Do you want to open the master treasure chest? Chen Mo didn't even think about it and just said, "Confirm." Open the master level treasure chest and get a monetary reward of 1 million. Get lucky with love. The chance of an excellent secretary appearing increases by 90%. Get a master level physical enhancement and a master level business bonus 90% popularity bonus. Chen Mo looked at the reward and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. 1 million. This first substantial reward is so generous. 1 million in this era is still very valuable. The other rewards are also good, especially the physical enhancement, which can't be bought with money. There is no need to say much about the importance of the body. Chen Mo felt his body was a little itchy, from inside to outside. Every cell in his body seemed to have mutated. At this moment, Chen Mo felt that his whole body was filled with endless power. Chen Mo felt like he could easily kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, Chen Mo also felt that his vision and hearing had been greatly improved. The greatly increased sensitivity of his facial senses allowed Chen Mo to instantly detect a tall figure trying to sneak past him. Lilu. It's Lilu. She is the only girl with such height. Lilu stopped and replied with a single word in a depressed tone. She had actually been here for a while. Moreover, he heard the entire process of Chen Mo hiring Suyun. Suyun is very suitable for the position of secretary and she can help Chen Mo. At least, when Chen Mo said he needed a construction team to install an elevator, Suyun immediately knew what he was going to do. Lilu was a little surprised. This was something she had not expected. Before, Lilu thought that Chen Mo was just free during the summer vacation and was just recruiting people for fun. I didn't expect that he really wanted to change the supermarket. My thoughts are too childish and naive. Chen Mo looked at the depressed Lilu, smiled and said, "By the way, I have good news for you. Come to work tomorrow." Lilu was stunned. "What did you say?" Chen Mo looked at her seriously and said, "I said, tomorrow, you will be my secretary. You are hired." Lilu's eyes were full of surprise, but the next second, she shook her head with a dim look. "I can't." Her words are still imprinted in my mind, every word piercing my heart. "Your study is of no use at all. What's the point of going to college if you're going to marry someone else? Getting married early can save me money." Lilu murmured and repeated, "I can't do it. I'm useless." Seeing her depressed look, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said firmly, "If I say you can do it, then you can do it." Lilu's body trembled slightly, and her dim eyes suddenly lit up again at this moment. Chapter 8 Secretary has something to do. Ding, main mission updated. Recruit 3 employees rated silver level or above. Reward points, 10,000 points. The main quest has been updated. I already have 2 silver level secretaries, so I just need to recruit 1 more. Let's get to work now. I have something to ask you to remember. Chen Mo put all the information of the secretaries he had interviewed today into Lilu's hands. Lilu glanced at the information in her hand and followed Chen Mo into the supermarket in a daze. First thing, notify everyone of the meeting half an hour before everyone gets off work. The second thing is, starting tomorrow, everyone's work time will be adjusted to 10 a.m., and the end time will remain the same. The third thing, prepare to upgrade the store so that everyone will wear the same uniform. That's all for now. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned and looked at Lilu. I've got it all memorized. Lilu showed the paper she had written on. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. See, this isn't difficult, right? Lilu seemed to have regained some confidence and nodded slightly. At this moment, Lilu's mother saw Lilu following behind Chen Mo, and couldn't help but angrily said, "Lulu, what are you doing here after delivering the meal?" Lilu was slightly startled. She had already had a stress reaction to her mother's voice. I'm remembering." "What are you remembering? What does this have to do with you?" Aunt Lee asked in a very fluent manner. Lilu could only whisper back, "I'm working." "Huh? What? What are you doing?" Aunt Lee's expression was full of sarcasm. Chen Mo, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said in a calm voice, "Lilu is my secretary. Can't you help me record my work?" What Chen Mo said was clearly heard by Aunt Lee. Her originally aggressive expression slowly froze, and then she looked at Chen Mo in surprise. "Xiao Mo." "No, boss, you said you let our Lulu be your secretary." "Yes." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he walked straight into the supermarket. He still had a lot of things to do. From behind him came Aunt Lee's voice of joy that could not be concealed. "Lulu, are you really hired as a secretary?" Lilu replied with a soft voice, "Yeah." That's great, 2,000 a month, no, it's 3,000 a month if you become a regular employee, Lulu. You are really my darling. You have to work hard and follow the boss. You have to do whatever he tells you to do, understand?" "Got it. I'll remember the work for Chen Mo. Go. Aunt Li looked at Lilu's leaving back happily. On the other side, Lilu quickly caught up with Chen Mo, and whispered beside him, "Thank you, Chen Mo." Chen Mo looked back at her, waved his hand, and said calmly, "Don't thank me too early. If you don't work hard, I won't let you become a regular employee. It's not impossible that I will even fire you." Lilu. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. In particular, I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of Suyun. She is much better than me in every aspect. "Boss Chen, I will call you boss from now on. Call me Mr. Chen." Chen Mo naturally pointed to the water provided to the employees and said, "Bring me a glass of water." Lilu was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Mo with some confusion. "That's what a secretary does," Chen Mo said seriously. When Lilu heard that it was a secretary's job, she immediately went to pour a glass of water and brought it back to Chen Mo. Then he whispered, "Isn't the secretary the one who serves you tea and water?" Chen Mo took a sip of water and said, "You are right to understand it this way. In fact, it can be summed up in 5 words: the secretary will do the work if there is anything." Lilu did not question it. After all, she really didn't know what a secretary should do. But after hearing Chen Mo's description, and what her mother said, she did whatever Chen Mo asked her to do. After combining what the two said, she almost understood. "Make a note of what you need to do tomorrow. Go find someone to make a roll-up banner for your event. What is Yi, Labao? What other activities are there?" Nearly 2 hours later, Chen Mo finally explained the general situation to Lilu. She is indeed far behind Suyun, who can understand things quickly. But fortunately, she had a sharp mind and it wasn't difficult for her to understand. "You will be the one to speak at the meeting later." I said. Lilu looked at Chen Mo in panic. "Certainly." Chen Mo didn't comment, took a sip of the glass of water, and signaled her that she could start calling people to the meeting. Lilu held a piece of paper with a lot of things written on it in her hand, clenched it tightly, and then walked quickly towards the aunt who was cleaning the shelves. "Auntie Lin, the meeting is about to start." After saying that, he lowered his head and walked towards the cashier counter. "Auntie Wang is in a meeting." "Mom." "Li Fang, there's a meeting." Aunt Li, who was called by her daughter's full name for the first time in her life, looked at Lilu in a daze. "What did you call me? What's the point of calling you Li Fang?" Har har. Wang Suaping on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. The employees who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. "Lulu, what kind of meeting are you asking us to have? Didn't your mother ask you to teach us? Sister Li wants to be a manager." "Go away, our Lulu is now the secretary of the young boss." Aunt Li raised her face with pride and spoke loudly. All the aunts were stunned. They only saw Lilu following Chen Mo tonight and thought they were just young people chatting together. He also joked that the two of them were a good match. Unexpectedly, Lilu has become Chen Mo's secretary. Is this true? Hasn't he recruited yet? "Lulu, is this okay?" Just when everyone was doubting, Chen Mo said seriously, "I hired 2 secretaries today." "Wow." The aunts couldn't help but show surprised expressions. "Wow, $2,000 for a secretary. The prodigal son has 2 tricks." The Chen couple's efforts over the past decade are likely to be wasted at his hands. "We have been working here for so many years, and we have developed some feelings for the job. We have also earned a lot of salary here to support our families." With Chen Mo doing this, they were really worried that the supermarket, which was already experiencing poor business, would go bankrupt faster. Then they will lose their jobs. Except for Aunt Li, everyone else felt a little heavy. Lilu is one of them. From now on, everyone's daily work will be in charge of Lilu. Chen Mo announced this. The aunts were even more stunned. Does this mean that everyone will be under Lilu's management from now on? A daughter controls her own mother? When Lilu called her by her full name just now, she felt a little unable to adapt. "Imagine if I screamed every day in the future." Aunt Li was a little reluctant to accept it and said, "Mr. Chen, boss, do you mean that we will all be under Lilu's management from now on?" "Well, let Lilu tell you about tomorrow's matter. I'm leaving first." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned and left. Lilu was left alone, facing her biological mother and the aunts who usually called her so sweetly. Everyone listen to me carefully first. Tomorrow, Li Fang, you will be in charge of the cash register. Aunt Lee clenched her fists as she listened. Chapter 9, Ansu's Night Visit. Chen Mo was on the second floor listening to Li Lu's increasingly confident voice and couldn't help but smile. People always need to grow. Of course, growth also comes at a price. Chen Mo returned home and felt a little uncomfortable looking at the closed door. Because Yi Shuhui went out traveling with her old friends. This was something Yi Shuhui had planned long ago. The family store is now entirely under the management of Chen Mo. Chen Mo stretched and felt a little tired today. However, the harvest was fruitful. There is still one secretary reward that has not been checked. Silver level secretary treasure box, do you want to open it? Yes. Congratulations to their host for winning the reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Isn't it, just this one reward? This amount of money seemed a bit too little compared to Su Yun's 1 million master level reward. Chen Mo briefly checked the supermarket's accounts today and found that the cash flow was less than 13,000. The bank card Yi Shuhui gave him before leaving contained 50,000 yuan. If there were only a little over 60,000 yuan, it would be far from enough to build the square layout that Chen Mo imagined. Fortunately, we now have Su Yun's master secretary reward. The money is perfectly sufficient. When Yi Shuhui comes back from her trip, she may not recognize her own supermarket. At the same time, Chen Mo also saw his personal information. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points perfect. Charm, 6 points normal. Skills, none. Reputation, 22. Wealth, 1.073 million yuan, ranked 28th in Qingyang County. Obtained the title, Millionaire, business popularity bonus 10%. Secretaries, 2, Su Yun Master Level Secretary, Li Lu Silver Level Secretary. My own data has changed significantly. Physical fitness of 100, is this the level of human perfection? Their wealth value increased explosively, and the ranking soared to 28th. This ranking was a little beyond Chen Mo's expectations. But think about it, money wasn't that inflated in that era, and it's just a small county, so it's normal to achieve this ranking. As Chen Mo was thinking, he felt a little hungry. Yi Shuhui was not at home, so eating became a problem. Chen Mo was really worried about cooking because he was not born with the cooking gene. I cooked the meal and took out eggs, tomatoes, and meat from the refrigerator. Give it a try. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo tasted the meat in the bowl and his face suddenly twisted. This dish, even dogs won't eat it. Boom boom boom. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Who? Chen Mo put down his chopsticks, opened the door, and was slightly stunned when he saw the beautiful woman in front of him who was a little out of breath. Su Yun? Her exceptionally voluptuous upper body rose and fell with her breathing, creating a thrilling scene. Ansu, why are you here? What's the matter? I went home and looked for contact information and asked around, but some of the prices didn't seem right to me. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Yun's pretty face, and the scent of a mature woman came to her face. Don't be so anxious, Aunt Su, come in and sit down first. Chen Mo took the small notebook from her hand. The above records the phone number and relevant information consulted. Didn't you say you'd start work tomorrow? You've been busy today. Chen Mo poured a glass of water and handed it to her. It's my job anyway, so I'll be at ease the sooner I get it done. Su Yun took the water and her eyes fell on the dishes that Chen Mo had just cooked on the dining table. The dishes smelled a bit strange. You cooked the dishes? Yes. This vegetable is all black, you've never cooked before, right? Su Yun understood Chen Mo's level at a glance. No, I'll have to eat out from now on. Chen Mo said helplessly. Su Yun smiled, by the way, where is your mother? Chen Mo sighed softly, she went out to travel. Su Yun couldn't help but roll up her sleeves at this time. Are there any vegetables at home? Chen Mo asked doubtfully. Yes, you want to cook? Let me take care of this meal for you first. Su Yun picked up Chen Mo's remaining ingredients swiftly. Eggs and tomatoes. I am your secretary after all. By the way, I am not your personal secretary, am I? Su Yun looked at Chen Mo with a gentle smile. Of course not, it would be a waste of your talent to have you be a personal secretary. Chen Mo stood at the kitchen door and looked at Su Yun's mature and plump back. Even if we put aside her pretty face, her figure alone is enough to attract countless men, especially her hips from the back, which are tightly stretched by the trousers, with her hips wider than her shoulders, and the exquisite waist and hip curve is extremely seductive. The charm of a mature woman is fully displayed in her. There is no such thing as unyielding talent. Soo-yoon cut the vegetables quickly and skillfully. It's all work. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as your boss needs you. After she fried for a while, the aroma of the food filled the air. Okay, let's try the fried pork with peppers. Soo-yoon held the dish and handed it to Chen-mo. Chen-mo picked up a piece of meat and his eyes suddenly lit up. Millimeter, it's delicious. Aunt Soo, your cooking skills are good enough to open a restaurant. Har, is it so delicious? Soo-yoon's beautiful eyes were filled with a smile, and she seemed very satisfied with Chen-mo's compliment. Yes. Chen-mo picked up a bowl of rice and started working hard. I'm really hungry. After a while, Soo-yoon brought out another dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish is delicious and tasty. Chen-mo usually doesn't eat tomatoes because he thinks they are sour, but when he saw the dish, he couldn't help but taste the eggs. This is delicious too. As long as it tastes good, eat more. Soo-yoon sat aside and watched Chen-mo eat with a gentle smile on her face. This scene is like a wife cooking a meal and watching her husband coming home after a hard day's work. By the way, Aunt Soo, have you eaten? Forehead. You didn't eat either. I'll go home and eat later. You're welcome. Chen-mo went in with the bowl, and then came out with the empty bowl, a little embarrassed. Aunt Soo, I'm sorry, there's no food. He finished his meal. Soo-yoon looked at his embarrassed expression and couldn't help laughing, as if she had hit the funny spot. Chen-mo looked innocent. The dishes you cooked are so delicious. Soo-yoon couldn't help laughing until her plump body trembled slightly. Chen-mo. Chen-mo looked at her smile and couldn't help but smile too. Soo-yoon seemed to have a charm. The charm that belongs exclusively to mature women. If it were in his previous life, Chen-mo would definitely not have discovered it. But after going through so much, although he is only 18 years old physically, his heart is mature enough after experiencing so much. Soo-yoon is full of the fatal attraction of a mature woman, both in appearance and in character. Chen-mo knew in his previous life that Soo-yoon would be successful in starting her own business in the future and would be a well-known female entrepreneur in the county. She had always remained single, and he didn't know how many people were attracted to her. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with an old lady. The old lady's background helped Soo-yoon a lot and solved many problems. Hey, you're looking at me, what are you doing? Aunt Soo, you are so beautiful. Soo-yoon was instantly flustered by Chen-mo's sudden attack. The main reason was that Chen-mo's eyes were filled with the simple and straightforward passion of a young man. Her heart trembled slightly uncontrollably. Chapter 10, The School Beauty Can't Sleep All Night. Cough. Aunt Soo, I'll cook something for you, it'll be quick. Chen-mo immediately slipped into the kitchen. At this time, Soo-yoon felt her face getting hot. What's going on? I'm so nervous that I'm being teased by a young boy. She took a deep breath, picked up the water cup and drank it in one gulp, then slowly regained her composure. After Chen-mo finished cooking, he returned to the living room. Aunt Soo, what do you mean by those prices that you just mentioned are not suitable? I asked one of the elevator manufacturers, they have various types, if I just buy an escalator, it might be a little more expensive. How much is one? Based on their lowest price, including shipping and assembly, it's about 100,000. Soo-yoon felt that the price was a bit high. Besides, did she think that a supermarket really needed to spend so much money to install an escalator? Chen-mo thought for a moment. Aunt Soo, is there any place in our county that has an elevator installed? Soo-yoon thought about it carefully and shook her head slightly. No. After he asked this, Soo-yoon seemed to feel that this matter was feasible. If there is the gimmick of being the first, then it is naturally worth it. But if it's just a supermarket, that would be a bit of a waste. I think, if you just want to open a supermarket, there is no need to spend so much money. Soo-yoon suggested sincerely. Chen-mo smiled slightly. Aunt Soo, of course I want to run a supermarket, but I also want to do something else. Soo-yoon's heart skipped a beat when she was suddenly called Auntie Soo. But there is no time to correct it, the important thing is to do the business. Okay, as long as you have an idea in mind, what's your budget for this escalator? I should be able to lower the price a bit. I want two, and the budget is 300,000, but they must be good enough. I'll leave this matter to you, Aunt Sue. Chen Mo looked at her seriously. Suyun couldn't help but take a breath in her heart. She actually wanted two at once. She immediately felt the pressure. Being a secretary is not as easy as one might imagine. Chen Mo continued to put pressure on. Aunt Sue, 1 week. I need to see the elevator installed. Also, the glass wall decoration on the second floor. Money is not the problem, efficiency is what matters. It will take at most half a month to get everything done. Suyun looked solemn. I will do my best. Although she was under a lot of pressure now, she felt more at ease after hearing Chen Mo say that money was not a problem. As long as you have money, the speed can definitely be increased. Okay, Aunt Sue, let's eat first. Chen Mo had already prepared the meal for Suyun without knowing when. Suyun almost lost her appetite at this time. Apart from the glass wall, what other requirements do you have for the second floor renovation? Does it need to be partitioned? Or should it be all connected? You want to do entertainment? Do we need to cook food on the first floor? Suyun had a rather busy meal. Every time she took a bite and Chen Mo said a few words, she had to write them down. She couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mo's various and wonderful ideas. If Chen Mo's idea could really be implemented, wouldn't the supermarket be useless? Suyun found that her tasks were heavy. These 2,000 yuan are not easy to earn. The two chatted and before they knew it, it was already late at night. It's almost 11 o'clock. Suyun looked at her watch, immediately stood up, quickly cleared the table, and washed the dishes. Chen Mo helped put away the dishes. Okay, I have to go back. Aunt Sue, I'll take you there. Chen Mo followed Suyun out of the room. Suyun, no, it's okay. Chen Mo did not allow her to refuse and said, it's so late, if something happens, I can't be responsible. Do you know how fierce Qingxue is? Suyun. It was really hard for her to say about the matter between Chen Mo and Su Qingxue. If you like this kind of thing, it must be a mutual affection. I can't force it. Even though she thought Chen Mo was a good guy, Suyun didn't want to force Su Qingxue. What's more, they are both still young, just 18 years old. There is still a lot of time to experience and see the vast world outside. Maybe Chen Mo can meet a better girl? I'll need a car in the future. Chen Mo couldn't help but ponder. Car? For whom? Our public car. If you want to travel around a lot in the future, you'll really need a car. A car? A sedan? Suyun was a little surprised, as she didn't expect a sedan. She thought Chen Mo was going to buy a motorcycle. Chen Mo smiled, yeah. Auntie Sue, this is your cell phone number, right? The two of them walked and talked, and before they knew it, they were downstairs of Suyun's house. Auntie Sue, is your foot okay climbing the stairs? It's okay, go back soon and be careful on the road. By the way, if you are going to send girls home often, you really need to buy a car. Suyun's sudden teasing silenced Chen Mo. After Suyun went upstairs, her ankle still hurt a little and had not fully recovered yet. She watched Chen Mo leave from upstairs and felt a strange feeling in her heart. I actually became the secretary of my daughter's classmate. Suyun opened the door and found that Su Qingxue had just hung up the phone at home, looking unhappy. Mom. Su Qingxue greeted him listlessly. What's wrong? Fine. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she went into the room. She is very depressed today. The person who just called was a classmate, who was the classmate who went to Chen Mo's interview with her and Lilu in the morning. She said that Chen Mo actually chose Lilu as his secretary. Chen Mo is such a shameless person. Did he see that he couldn't catch up with me, so he went after Lilu instead? How can Lilu compare to me? Choose her as secretary. Su Qingxue found it a little hard to accept. Chen Mo, who had been pursuing him relentlessly, suddenly changed his attitude towards him. Moreover, he is very attentive to Lilu, who is not as good as him at all. When Su Qingxue thought of this, her blood pressure rose and her pretty face turned red. I can only comfort myself that I have never given Chen Mo a good look. Nor did she agree to his pursuit. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. The only consolation may be that I found a job in the afternoon. But the salary is much lower than Lilu's 2,000. The thought of Lilu becoming Chen Mo's secretary and easily earning 2,000 yuan a month made her feel happy. And these should have been hers. She couldn't sleep tonight. Chapter 11 Who is cheating whom? The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Mo was still asleep when he was awakened by a knock on the door. Chen Mo opened the door in a daze. A tall young girl was standing at the door. Behind her, there was a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance and a mature and plump figure. Lilu. Ansu, why are you here so early? And they came together. Ansu and I met him on the road. Lilu knew that Suyun was also Chen Mo's secretary. But Suyun didn't know. So, when Suyun met Lilu and learned that she was also Chen Mo's secretary, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Well, I came here to tell you that I have to contact the decoration team and the elevator company now, so I will probably not be in the company during the day. Suyun has a lot of things to do, and she needs to run around everywhere. However, this is different from her previous job, where she had to look at other people's faces. Now it's Party A who is the financial sponsor holding the money. The roles are exchanged, but the most important thing is to ensure quality and efficiency. Ansu, don't worry, I'll go with you. Chen Mo still needs to withdraw money as he wants to buy a car. Lilu, what do you want? That is, when should we start the promotion? After a week, you need to explain all the promotional activities to them. Good. Sort out all the promotional items and their prices, and remember to ask the advertising shop that's making the promotional signs to hurry up and do it. Lilu prepared a notebook in which she recorded everything clearly. Ansu, wait for me, let's go together. Good. Chen Mo turned and went into their house. Suyun and Lilu were the only ones left at the door. Lilu smiled at Suyun. Ansu, I'll go get busy first. Suyun also smiled and nodded. Well, go ahead. She looked at Lilu's back as she left, and couldn't help but think of her own daughter. But considering Su Qingshua's personality, I decided to forget it. Ansu, let's go. Chen Mo put on a short t-shirt and walked out. Suyun looked at him with a smile. When your business gets bigger, you can change into more mature clothes. Chen Mo looked down at his clothes, which indeed looked youthful. I don't know how to choose clothes. Ansu, please help me choose when you have time. Okay, isn't it the job of a secretary to help the boss deal with these things? Suyun walked in front with a smile on her face. Her curvy waist and hips exuded a strong mature charm and was extremely seductive. Right, where should we go first? Get some money. Chen Mo raised the bank card in his hand. Suyun admired Yi Shuhui a little for being able to entrust such a big thing to Chen Mo. But thinking back, she was not surprised by Chen Mo's creative ideas in doing business. The two went downstairs and left. The store isn't open yet, and other people won't be coming to work until after 9 o'clock. This is the new working hour that Chen Mo set himself. The two walked together to the nearest bank. Only to find out the bank wasn't open yet. It doesn't open until 9. Then I'll go find the decoration team first. Suyun didn't want to waste time. After all, Chen Mo asked her to finish everything within half a month. Okay then. By the way, remember to call me if you have anything. Good. Chen Mo watched Suyun's back as she left, thinking that he should assign a new phone number and a work phone to each of her and Lilu. Chen Mo went to have breakfast, and by the way, found the one-stop catering giant he wanted in the system store in his mind. This is a catering giant that combines the advantages of KFC and McDonald's. Not only is it cheaper, but it also tastes better than the two giants. Unfortunately, the domestic fast food industry appeared too late in the past, and the market share had been divided up, leaving little room for development. But it's different now. The domestic market is still blank. You need to be the first to open the door to this world. The first crab you eat is always the tastiest. However, this cost a total of 8,800 secretary points. The original 10,000 points were reduced to only 1,200 in an instant. Chen Mo felt that he had to give Suyun some more tasks. Collect instant food making machines. It would be a shame if Chen Mo didn't use the instant food recipe in his hand. Chen Mo's idea is to start with the entity first. Of course, there is one path that entities cannot avoid, and that is real estate. However, Chen Mo doesn't plan to spend his money in the county. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the bank to withdraw money. I felt a little nervous. However, when the teller saw the amount in the account, he looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. How much money do you want to withdraw? Let's take 500,000 first. 500,000. We need to prepare for this. The female teller didn't know how to handle the situation. After all, this was the first time she faced such a large amount of withdrawal. Okay, please hurry up. Chen Mo felt much more at ease. After a while, the bank president personally invited him to his office. After some pulling, Chen Mo took the money and left the bank. 500,000 is a lot of money. In this era, there are still a lot of hooligans on the streets, and non-mainstream people are still very rampant. Their hair is colorful and they walk with their noses up in the air. If you don't like someone, conflicts may occur. However, Chen Mo's physical strength has reached its limit, so he doesn't care. In fact, I really want to see how many non-mainstream people I can knock down with one punch. Unfortunately, the journey was uneventful. Chen Mo took a taxi to the nearest 4S store. I found that all the cars were Japanese, and there were almost no domestic cars. In addition to Japanese cars, there are also German cars. Moreover, cars of this era are not cheap at all, and are even more expensive than they will be a decade later. Especially luxury brands. Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder if there was a one-stop service for the automotive industry in his system. Don't be too hasty now, take it one step at a time. Buy a car first. Solve the transportation problem. Chen Mo first ruled out cars made in Japanese countries because he simply didn't like them. I turned around and went to a German 4S store, but I met an acquaintance. Su Qingxue. She actually works here during the summer vacation. I didn't expect that the 4S shop was recruiting summer workers. Maybe it's because of her outstanding appearance? Wait, there seems to be other reasons. The boy next to her with acne on his face is their classmate, Lin Hao, a rich second generation. If I remember correctly, his family drives a German Mercedes-Benz 4S car. He is Su Qingxue's most loyal bootlicker besides Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's awakening, it can now be said that he is the number one bootlicker. It was probably he who introduced Su Qingxue to this job. Hey, isn't this Chen Mo? Qingxue, come here. When Lin Hao shouted, Su Qingxue immediately saw Chen Mo. She couldn't help but frown slightly. What is Chen Mo doing here? They're haunting. Is he chasing me again? Su Qingxue's subconscious thoughts were the inertial thinking that had been developed by the suck-ups over the years. Lin Hao, what a coincidence, this isn't your store, is it? Oh, yeah, what are you doing here? To look at the car. Lin Hao had a smug look on his face, and looked at Chen Mo with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Su Qingxue stood aside without saying a word. Chen Mo smiled and said, yes, let's see, old classmate, are there any discounts on your car? Lin Hao puffed out his chest and said with a bit of disdain, of course, we are old classmates. I will give you the biggest discount, but, even if I give you a 50% discount, you still can't afford it. Really 50% off? Boss Lin, are you serious? If you buy it, I'll definitely give you a 50% discount. Lin Hao said this with a dignified look on his face, and did not forget to glance at Su Qingxue. At this moment, he was like a male peacock showing off his colorful tail feathers in front of a female peacock. Chen Mo looked embarrassed. What? No money? How much money can your supermarket make? Why buy this car? Lin Hao had a smug expression on his face, as if he was going to kill you for having no money. This car costs 540,000. Even with a 50% discount, it's still 270,000. Is your supermarket worth that much? Chen Mo sighed softly, I can't compare to you. This car is so beautiful. If it's 40% off, I'll sell my supermarket and buy this. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Mo and said, selling the supermarket. You have the final say. Chen Mo quietly approached Lin Hao and whispered, my mother is out traveling, so I'm in charge of the supermarket now. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Holding back his inner joy, he urged, then sell it. I'll give you a 40% discount on the car. Chen Mo took a deep breath and said with a hint of doubt, can you really make the decision? Lin Hao said angrily, Chen Mo, who are you looking down on? Can I still lie to you? Chen Mo was confused, it's not that I don't trust you, the big boss, but nowadays we all focus on contracts. If I sell the store, you won't give me a discount on this car. Lin Hao thought about it for a moment, and his brain worked very quickly. Chen Mo's supermarket sold at most tens of thousands of items. I sold him this car for $216,000, plus landing fees, insurance, and taxes, it was almost $250,000. Then he is given 1 day to collect the money, otherwise the price will be restored to the original price. Lin Hao had been working in the store since he was a child, and had already learned some petty tricks of stealing. Contract? You still don't believe me, okay? I'll get someone to get a contract. Lin Hao walked quickly towards the manager's office. After about 10 minutes, he came out with a contract in his hand and handed it to Chen Mo. Here, I begged for this with great difficulty. It's stamped with the store's official seal. Chen Mo took the contract and glanced at it. Having experienced the silence of various contract traps in his previous life, how could he not see the trick in this contract? After reading it, he showed an innocent smile. Thank you, old classmate, I will go home and sell supermarket goods to collect money, you wait. Lin Hao smiled amiably and nodded repeatedly. Okay, hurry up, I'll wait for you to pick up the car. When you sell the supermarket, your mother will come back and she will be so pissed off that she will die. Chapter 12, The Royal Lawyer. Su Qingxue watched coldly the entire process of Lin Hao selling the car to Chen Mo. Are you really going to sell the car to Chen Mo at a 40% discount? Yeah, har, I'm just worried that he won't be able to afford it in the end. Although Su Qingxue didn't know the tricks in the contract. But she knew Lin Hao's intentions and would never give Chen Mo such a big advantage. Chen Mo is in trouble. But Su Qingxue would not tell him. This is the result of his sin against himself. Just as the two were talking, Chen Mo came back. Su Qingxue and Lin Hao looked at each other. Lin Hao smiled. Chen Mo. Why are you back again? Chen Mo held the bag in his hand and smiled innocently. The money has been collected. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. What do you mean? Chen Mo opened the bag in his hand. Buy a car, I have enough money. Lin Hao looked at Chen Mo's serious expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he snatched the bag from his hand, which was full of bundles of money. Here, the original price of this car is 540,000, right? With a 60% discount, that's 216,000. Come on, your finance department will give you some. Chen Mo greeted the people around him with a smile, many of whom were customers who came to buy cars. Lin Hao immediately covered his mouth and dragged Chen Mo to the manager's office. Chen Mo, I was just kidding you. This car can't be sold. Lin Hao, what do you mean? I have a contract. Chen Mo took out the contract and questioned. Lin Hao looked at the contract, his face livid. He smiled and said, this is all a joke. I'm just teasing you. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. Are you kidding me? Okay, then don't blame me for asking people to do a good job of publicity for you. Besides, I have already hired a lawyer. If you don't admit it, we can see you in court. Lin Hao's face suddenly turned red. The manager who was called by Su Qingxue looked at the scene and felt that something was wrong. Our young master dug a hole for others and ended up digging his own leg. This boy is so sophisticated and a tough guy. The manager with a fat face came in with a smile. Little brother, don't be angry, don't be angry. Tell me if you have any problem. I will help you solve it. Chen Mo glanced at him and asked, can you make the decision? The manager smiled and nodded. Yes, I am the manager of our store. If you have any questions, please tell me. Chen Mo showed him the contract, took a look at it, and then immediately put it away. Do you understand? The manager nodded with a fake smile. I understand, but I really can't afford this car at a 40% discount. Chen Mo smiled slightly. No. That's okay, I'll have someone publicize it for you, and the court and the Industry and Commerce Bureau will come to you. The fat manager chuckled and said, don't scare me. I'm not afraid of being scared. Your contract will be invalid after today. Chen Mo, so I brought the money within 1 day, but you breached the contract, right? The fat manager spread his hands and acted a little rogue, which he was best at. After today, your contract will be useless. Who would know if you brought the money today? Okay, then don't blame me for being rude. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then took out his hand and pressed the play button. A familiar voice came from the phone. Your contract is useless after today. Who would know if you brought the money today? The fat man's face instantly turned red like liver. You kid. You're playing dirty tricks. The fat manager was so angry that he tried to snatch Chen Mo's phone. Chen Mo's reaction ability was far beyond that of ordinary people. He dodged to the side and the fat man fell directly to the ground. I don't like to force people. Since you don't want to sell it, let's go to court. Chen Mo, who are you trying to scare? See you in court. Can you afford a lawyer? Lin Hao stopped pretending at this time and glared at Chen Mo with a red face. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. A woman wearing a professional suit and a hip skirt, with a slender figure and exquisite curves. The white hip skirt tightly wraps her perky buttocks. Her long and beautiful legs are covered with flesh-colored stockings and she is wearing a pair of black high heels. The woman was very beautiful, exuding the aura of a queen. Her beautiful eyes glanced around the office. Her red lips parted as she spoke. Who is Chen Mo? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment and said, me. The royal sister raised her eyebrows slightly, walked to Chen Mo's side, opened the document in her hand and said, I am your lawyer. Regarding the contract fraud in your car purchase, I will go to the court to sue in the afternoon. Please confirm it. Chen Mo took the document, on which were written a few words in a flourish. Do you have any evidence? Chen Mo smiled and wrote, there is a recording and a contract. The royal sister looked at Chen Mo with a surprised look, then revealed a confident aura and spoke lightly. Oh, by the way, according to the industrial and commercial management law, if there is contract fraud, the store will be closed in serious cases. Please be informed. After the royal sister lawyer finished speaking, she turned around, pushed the door and left. Lose money or close the store. The fat manager who had fallen to the ground immediately got up after weighing the pros and cons and said through gritted teeth, wait a minute. Chen Mo and the royal sister lawyer looked at each other, and they both saw a fox-like smile in each other's eyes. Less than an hour. Completed all vehicle pickup procedures. Hey, Lin Hao, doesn't this car come with maintenance? Get out, get out, get out. TSK, this is my attitude when I do business for you. I won't come next time. Chen Mo waved his hand with a gloomy look on his face. Mad. Lin Hao was so angry that he clenched his fist and kicked the wall hard. His heart bleeds as he sells this car. I'll probably be scolded by my mom when I get home. The royal lawyer drove the 8th generation Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan and left with Chen Mo under the angry glares of all the employees of the 4S store. Lin Hao could never have imagined this result. He thought he was very smart, and he couldn't understand why Chen Mo was so cunning and treacherous. He saw the loopholes in his contract at a glance, recorded the conversation perfectly, and finally hired a lawyer. This is like an elaborate conspiracy. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel horrified when he thought of this. Chen Mo, this bastard, is so scary. At this time, the royal sister lawyer who was driving stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car increased sharply. TSK, it's worthy of being a Mercedes-Benz. It's so fun to drive. I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Chen Mo looked at the royal lawyer who was driving. You're welcome, Shenbing. Shenbing stretched out her hand towards Chen Mo in a heroic manner. Chen Mo. Chen Mo said as he shook her hand. Shenbing, I heard that you are Aunt Susu's boss. Chen Mo coughed lightly and said, I guess so. The reason why Chen Mo left the 4S store was to ask Su Yun to find a lawyer for him. This Shenbing looks pretty good. Okay, now that I'm done, I'll be leaving now. Shenbing stopped the car on the side of the road and prepared to leave. Chen Mo looked at her surging breasts and said, wait a minute, Lawyer Shen, I haven't paid you the appearance fee yet. Shenbing raised her eyebrows slightly and waved her hand. No need, I didn't do anything, just ask Ansu to treat me to a meal when you have time. You can drive, right? Meeting. Chen Mo just happened to find a skill product in the system, an A1 level driver's license, and 1000 points. Okay, bye. Shenbing waved her hand and walked away from the car with her long beautiful legs. Her back is heroic and her whole body is full of the charm of a queen. Chapter 13 Such a Beauty. After Shenbing left, Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat. The system's A1 driver's license directly brought Chen Mo's driving skills to the maximum level. Even going to a car race is no problem. Chen Mo drove to buy 2 mobile phones for Su Yun and Li Lu to use for work. I don't know how Su Yun is doing now. Chen Mo called Su Yun. The phone rang for a long time before it was slowly connected. Hello, Mr. Chen, is Shenbing here? Su Yun's mature and pleasant voice came. This time, Mr. Chen was also invited. I'm here. The work is done. She didn't take my money and asked me to treat her to a meal when I have time. It'll be fine once it's done. I've already asked the decorators to go to the store. I'm going to come back now. Where are you? I'm here to pick you up. Huh? You really bought a car? Soo-yoon was a little surprised. She thought Chen Mo was just talking nonsense. I didn't expect that I actually bought a car. I'm at the bus stop, on Baifu Street. Okay, wait. After Chen Mo hung up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz of this era was still particularly eye-catching. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Soo-yoon's delicate oval face. After entering June, the weather in this small southern city has become exceptionally hot. Soo-yoon ran around again, her clothes were soaked with sweat. There was also a lot of sweat on her thighs. It's just not noticeable because of the black trousers. Soo-yoon has always dressed conservatively, probably because her appearance, both her face and figure, are too eye-catching, so she has to wrap herself up tightly. But she actually didn't know that her tight clothes actually showed off her mature and plump figure more vividly. Especially the plump and perky buttocks, the hip arc that trembles slightly as she walks arouses endless reverie. Many men nearby couldn't help but look at her. A woman like Soo-yoon is the center of attention wherever she goes. Soo-yoon waved her hand beside her face. She saw a brand new black Mercedes-Benz, which was dazzling in the sun, driving towards her quickly. This Mercedes-Benz instantly attracted a group of passers-by waiting for the bus. The car stopped steadily in front of Soo-yoon. At this time, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Such a woman was indeed not worthy of ordinary people. A good woman goes with a good saddle. Soo-yoon looked at the car and hesitated. She didn't know if it was Chen Mo. It was not until the car window slowly rolled down and she saw Chen Mo that she walked forward and opened the car door a little awkwardly. She stepped into the car first with her long and plump legs, and then sat on the passenger seat. Fasten your seat belts. Chen Mo pointed to the seat belt next to her. Soo-yoon pulled out the seat belt and buckled it. The seat belt was a little tight, making her bust look even more amazing. I found 3 decoration teams and compared their prices. The one with the surname Zhang at the South Station is the cheapest. They will come over this afternoon, and you can negotiate the specific price. As soon as Soo-yoon got in the car, she began to report her work. She had hardly stopped this morning. But she had to continue in the afternoon. Whether it was buying an elevator or the various machines that Chen Mo wanted to buy, she would not have any rest time in the past half-month. Chen Mo was very glad that he chose Soo-yoon as his secretary. She is indeed very capable. Auntie Soo, you can use this phone from now on. Also, all your travel expenses for work, meals and accommodation expenses can be reimbursed if you go out of town. Soo-yoon looked at her phone. It was fine to use it for work. After all, she had to contact a lot of people every day, and the phone bill was indeed a considerable expense. Add to that the transportation and meals, it really costs a lot of money. Chen Mo drove and parked in front of the supermarket. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wang in the supermarket immediately poked their heads out to look. When Chen Mo and Soo-yoon got out of the car, they couldn't help but ask in surprise, "It's the young boss. And who is that woman?" They didn't know yet that Soo-yoon was also Chen Mo's secretary. Lilu said calmly, "She is also the boss's secretary. She is in charge of the decoration of the back of our store." TSK, this woman. Aunt Lee hesitated to speak. As a woman, I am more or less jealous and envious of Soo-yoon's figure and appearance. Lilu quickly walked towards Chen Mo and Soo-yoon. Chen Mo handed her the phone. "Use this to contact me about work in the future." Lilu was slightly stunned when she took the phone. Everyone else around looked at him with envy. The treatment of this secretary is indeed different from theirs. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Secretary Soo. She will be in charge of all matters in our supermarket from now on. Soo-yoon was the most surprised by Chen Mo's introduction. "Didn't you say that you are in charge of business? How come? I put myself in a position where I am second to none and above everyone else." The next period of time, Soo-yoon, Lilu, and even Chen Mo himself were all working at high speed. Soo-yoon first settled the decoration matters, and then prepared to buy the elevator. Chen Mo plans the decoration layout and makes changes at any time. Lilu is responsible for the supermarket's activities. The 3 people each have their own duties. Over the next 7 days, the supermarket underwent visible changes. It's almost different every day. After 7 days, Chen Mo looked at the changes in the supermarket and couldn't help but sigh. The renovation of the supermarket involved 3 teams working simultaneously. A separate store similar to the later KFC store was renovated on the first floor. The big GKD sign has been hung up and is very conspicuous. Specializing in fast food, hamburgers, and cola are new things in this era. Although they are similar in type, GKD, a fast food secret recipe that has undergone systematic improvements, has more advantages than KFC in terms of taste and price. At the same time, the decoration of the second floor is also in full swing. Just waiting for the escalator to be in place. Batches of specially customized machines were delivered to the supermarket entrance. These were all custom made by Chen Mo and Su-yun. For example, there are claw machines, independent KTVs, and some trendy game consoles. The grand display on Chen Mo's side naturally attracted a lot of attention. For example, the former supermarket manager, Fu Lamin, who resigned. He would pass by the supermarket 800 times a day, and every time he passed by, his eyes were sinister. A prodigal son who does all kinds of things. If you keep doing all these fancy things, you will be doomed sooner or later. Fu Lamin has said this to many people. He was waiting to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself. At the same time, Chen Mo recruited for more employees to be responsible for GKD's services. Of course, the most important thing is that Chen Mo wants to complete the second main task. Now the money is almost gone, with only more than 200,000 left, and the secretary points have also been used up. Recruiting 3 female secretaries at least silver level or above. Unfortunately, Chen Mo didn't wait even a single day to reach a silver rating or above. Where can I find the third secretary? The face of the domineering lawyer Shenbing subconsciously appeared in Chen Mo's mind. She is beautiful both in appearance and ability. Shenbing's score is definitely far beyond the silver level. The point is, would she be willing to be his secretary? Chapter 14 frightened Su-yun. But as a lawyer, would Shenbing be willing to be her own secretary? Legal secretary. Su-yun is not just a secretary, she is in charge of a lot of things. Chen Mo made up his mind to wait and see when Su-yun would be free to ask Shenbing out. But there is definitely no time now. During this period, Su-yun was the busiest person as she had too many things to be responsible for. Complete the training of newly hired GKD waiters. Chen Mo, Su-yun, Lilu, and 6 other employees in the supermarket. Let everyone experience what GKD is like and see if it needs any improvement. After all, we will officially open for business tomorrow. For dinner tonight, the boss invited us to eat at GKD next door. Lilu conveyed Chen Mo's meaning. Everyone was happy and curious. They have always been curious about what Chen Mo is doing next door. He said he is going to cook, but they didn't see him recruiting a chef, otherwise they all wanted to interview the chef. Now everyone knows that Chen Mo is a prodigal son who is very generous to his employees. Walk. Led by Chen Mo, everyone walked into the GKD store. 4 waiters were on standby. Hello, welcome to GKD. The 4 waiters said in unison with a smile. This made Aunt Lee and the others flattered. When will I still get this kind of treatment? Chen Mo did not go ahead to order food, after all, no one here knew how to order. Other guests did not have this experience. This is where the waiter's guidance comes into play. Hello, what can I order? We can also recommend some delicious food for you. The girl in charge of the cashier is just 18 years old. Her name is Lin Yu. She has been working outside since she graduated from junior high school. She is very smart. She was most serious when learning this set of services. Lin Yu smiled and handed the order form to Aunt Lee, who was sitting at the front. Would you like to take a look? Aunt Lee took the list, looked at it, and found that she couldn't understand it either. Please recommend something that will fill you up. If you want to fill up, we recommend our best chicken burger. Aunt Lee and her friends don't know what a hamburger is, but they know what chicken is. Then have one. Let's have one too. Several aunts ordered a hamburger each. Aunt Lee, the cashier, asked perceptively, how much is this burger? Lin Yu smiled and said, a chicken burger is 7 yuan. The price is not cheap, but it is definitely not expensive either. However, it may be a bit difficult to get Aunt Lee and others to come and consume. Of course, this fast food is not originally targeted at them, but at young people like Lilu and Su-yun or people who are busy with work. Besides burgers, do you need anything else? We also have delicious iced drinks here, as well as chicken nuggets, potatoes, chicken wings, and chicken drumsticks. Just a burger. Aunt Lee and the others spoke frankly. They didn't order anything random just because Chen Mo was treating them. One more cup of Coke per person, and some chicken nuggets, potatoes, and chicken wings. Chen Mo spoke. Okay, boss. When Lin Yu heard Chen Mo's words, he agreed and started printing the list immediately. They served the food very quickly. This is still very important. Hello, please come and pick up your meal. Aunt Lee and her friends looked at the hamburgers, Coke, and napkins on the plates. They felt a sense of class and comfort when they saw everything available. Aunt Lee and the others sat down with their food and curiously opened the hamburger wrappers. They smelled good. After taking a bite, it tastes pretty good. The flavor has been systematically improved to be more suitable for the Chinese taste. Aunt Lee and the others couldn't help but nod repeatedly. It's delicious. There's actually chicken here. Well, this iced cola is so cool that it feels so good tilde. Aunt Lee and the others discussed the matter with excitement and curiosity. Li Lu and Suyun also became interested at this time. I was already hungry, and after hearing what they said, I became even hungrier. Chen Mo smiled and said, Auntie Su, Li Lu, just order whatever you want to eat. Li Lu took the list and looked around, then said, I want a spicy burger, chicken wings, and a Coke. Okay, please wait a moment and take the order number. Lin Yu became a little more familiar with it and handed the printed form to Li Lu. Suyun looked at Chen Mo and said, Can you order some for me? Naturally, the one who knows best what's delicious here is Chen Mo. Suyun has some fox attributes. It's not delicious, you can't blame me. Suyun nodded crisply, trusting him quite a bit. 2 chicken burgers, 2 orders of fries, 1 order of chicken wings, 1 order of chicken nuggets, and 2 Cokes. Okay. Wait a moment, both of you. Your order numbers. Is this the order number? Suyun took the order number and looked at Chen Mo. Yes, if your order number is on the display, it means you can come and pick up your meal. Oh tilde, that's quite convenient. Li Lu, who was standing by, felt envious when she saw Suyun and Chen Mo chatting and laughing freely. She actually admires Suyun very much now and has learned a lot from her. Meals for number 7 and 8 are ready. Okay. Li Lu and Suyun were finally able to eat. They are indeed greedy. Try it now. Chen Mo watched the two of them open the packages and take bites of the burgers. Suyun took a bite, her eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded affirmatively, well, not bad. Li Lu nodded repeatedly, it's delicious. Chen Mo squeezed ketchup onto the paper, dipped a French fry in it, and handed it to Suyun, try it. Suyun raised her eyebrows slightly, then took the fries with a smile and ate them generously. Millimeter, this tastes better. Lulu, try it. Li Lu was immediately attracted and dipped the French fries in ketchup. Wow, this is delicious. The 2 girls seemed to have discovered a new road. They took turns eating one and finished a serving of French fries. Sure enough, French fries are still very attractive to girls. Aunt Lee and the others were immediately attracted by the French fries that Li Lu and the others were eating. None of them ordered fries. Lulu, give mom one. Aunt Lee extended her hand to Li Lu. Chen Mo smiled and said, give me 8 more fries and 8 more hamburgers. You can take them home and eat them. Everyone couldn't help but clap their hands happily. People at this time are still very easy to satisfy. Everyone happily packed up their burgers and French fries and took them home for their families to try. We are preparing to officially open tomorrow. Everyone should be at work on time tomorrow. Good. Everyone agreed with a smile and waved goodbye. Chen Mo came out of the store, closed the door and found that Suyun had not left yet. Aunt Su, why haven't you left yet? Suyun took out a stack of 100 yuan in cash from her bag. This is the money left after buying the machine. Chen Mo took the money and smiled. Aunt Su, you've been working hard these past few days. I have something I want to tell you. Suyun looked at Chen Mo in confusion. What's the matter? Chen Mo opened the car door. Get in first. Suyun looked at Chen Mo getting into the car, hesitated for a moment, and followed him in. What's the matter? Why do you want me to get in the car and talk about it? Suyun's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity. It's not a big deal. I just congratulate you on becoming a regular employee ahead of schedule. Your salary this month is 3,000. Isn't the probation period a month? Rules are dead, but people are alive. I am very satisfied with your performance, so I will make you a regular employee in advance. Oh, thanks. I thought. Soo-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. Chen-mo, what? Do you think I'm going to fire you? Soo-yoon's smile revealed a hint of bitterness. A little bit, after all, I've experienced it many times before. Those men couldn't see her abilities, they could only see her appearance. But when they can't possess it, they become angry and humiliated. For example, the greasy bald guy before. It's normal for Soo-yoon to be a little sensitive. It feels good to have your abilities recognized. She whispered softly, "Thank you, Chen-mo." Chen-mo didn't expect that his affirmation was so important to her, and smiled slightly. Auntie Soo, it's getting dark. I'll take you home. Chapter 15: The Role of a Good Secretary. Chen-mo drove Soo-yoon home. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There were almost no pedestrians on the roadside. There are indeed few entertainment activities in this small county town at night. The car drove smoothly all the way to the downstairs of Soo-yoon's house. Aunt Soo. Chen-mo turned around and found that Soo-yoon had fallen asleep in her seat at some point. Her plump upper body rose and fell slowly with her breathing, and the charm of a mature beauty permeated the car. Chen-mo looked at her beautiful profile and didn't want to wake her up for a moment. After all, Soo-yoon had been really busy during this period. She completed all the tasks assigned by Chen-mo very well. Chen-mo made a good deal by hiring her as his secretary. A strand of black hair fell on the side of Soo-yoon's face, giving her a messy beauty. Soo-yoon snorted softly and turned her body slightly towards Chen-mo. She had more hair on her face. Chen-mo hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand towards her, preparing to brush the messy hair away from her face. But just when his hand was about to touch Soo-yoon, as if she had sensed something, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Chen-mo's outstretched hand in surprise. Huh. Chen-mo's hand couldn't help but stop in mid-air, and he said awkwardly, "Aunt Soo, don't get me wrong, I just want to help you with your hair." Soo-yoon also felt that her hair was a little messy, so she gathered her hair with her jade fingers and tucked it behind her ear. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Oh. Then she realized that the car had stopped. Are we there yet? Thanks. After Soo-yoon finished speaking, she opened the car door, got out of the car with her long beautiful legs, and walked straight upstairs. It was not until she reached the second floor that she slowly stopped, listened to the roar of cars downstairs, and could not help looking down. Until the car disappeared. Chen-mo drove back home, took a shower and lay down on the bed. View your own information. Host, Chen-mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points perfect. Charm, 6 points normal. Skills, none. Reputation, 101, obtained the title Business Rookie. Assets, 1.118 million yuan, ranked 25th in Qingyang County. Obtained title, Millionaire, business popularity bonus 10%. Business Rookie, business popularity bonus 3%. Secretaries, 2, Soo-yoon Master Level Secretary, Li Lu Silver Level Secretary. Reputation rose. Also got a new title. Although I only have about 200,000 yuan in cash flow now, the total value of my assets is over tens of thousands of yuan. It rose 3 places in the county ranking. If this continues, capital accumulation will still be too slow. Chen-mo was wondering whether to move into real estate or the internet next. These two have their own advantages. It's hard to choose, so I'll take both. But now, we still have to recruit a secretary first. Completing the main task of the system can ensure smooth development in the future. A woman's face appeared in Chen-mo's mind, Shenbing. A night passed. The next day, Chen-mo was sleeping soundly when there was a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Chen-mo woke up slowly, put on a short t-shirt, and walked out to open the door. As the door opened, a scream was heard. "R!" The scream woke Chen-mo up instantly. Soo-yoon's face was red, with one hand covering her eyes. Chen-mo looked puzzled. "Aunt Soo, what's wrong?" Soo-yoon's heart beat wildly, and her mind was filled with the scene of Chen-mo opening the door. Young man, are you so angry so early in the morning? She was frightened and bit her red lips lightly. Her voice was a little weak. You are not dressed properly. How is it possible that he is not properly dressed? I clearly came out wearing clothes. Chen Mo glanced down and immediately came to his senses. Depend on. Just wear the bitter tea seeds and stand tall. Normal men will experience this situation in the morning. What's more, I am at the age when I am most irritable. Chen Mo turned around and ran away embarrassedly. Suyun looked at Chen Mo's back as he left, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scene of Chen Mo opening the door just now appeared in her mind again, and her pretty face blushed. After a while, Chen Mo finished washing up and walked out. Chen Mo has a tall and straight figure, and exudes a youthful and sunny aura. Aunt Su, why are you here? What's the matter? Isn't GKD opening today? It's almost 9 o'clock. I overslept. Chen Mo tapped his forehead lightly and immediately went downstairs with Suyun. Fortunately, Suyun is now at the helm, and Li Lu is careful and takes care of other chores. At this time, there were already quite a few people outside the GKD store. Not only is GKD opening today, but there are also supermarket promotions. Yesterday's flyers had a pretty good effect. A lot of people gathered in front of the store early this morning. Most of them come here for supermarket promotions. The system's popularity bonus should also be useful for this. As the supermarket door opened, people rushed in. Today, everyone is busy. Most people went into the supermarket, and among them a few young people went into the GKD next door out of curiosity. That's how popularity is driven. GKD now needs the popularity of supermarkets to drive its business. In the future, the popularity of the supermarket may need to be driven by GKD and the entertainment projects on the second and third floors. This is a virtuous cycle that promotes each other. Chen Mo himself also went into GKD to read the feedback from the first batch of customers after they had finished eating. There were probably nearly 30 guests throughout the morning. Many of them originally came for supermarket promotions. Out of curiosity, I entered GKD. Everyone's feedback is pretty good. Some even packed a portion to go. Chen Mo had a feeling that GKD should be stable. As the afternoon and evening approached, GKD is not only stable, but there are even more people coming than in the morning. Word of mouth spreads quite quickly. Among them are repeat customers who ate there in the morning and came back again in the evening. This degree was beyond Chen Mo's expectations. He thought GKD could be successful, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. The first day is over. Everyone looked tired, but they were all shocked when they saw the accounts. The supermarket's turnover is 10 times what it used to be. On the first day of opening, GKD's sales exceeded 1,000 yuan. The total was 1,258 yuan. After deducting costs and labor, the net profit is still close to 40%. That's about $500. This profit is quite amazing. However, this is also due to the popularity of supermarket promotions. But Chen Mo felt that as long as word of mouth continued to grow, the turnover in the future will never be lower than today. Chen Mo gathered everyone together before leaving get off work and announced. Everyone has worked hard today, so everyone will get a bonus of 100 yuan this month. Really? 100 bucks? That's great. You are indeed a prodigal son. No, you are indeed our best boss. Long live the boss will never die. Chapter 16. It's late at night. Aunt Su, would you like to have a drink? Everyone was ecstatic about the 100 yuan bonus. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing as he watched them shouting that the boss would never die. Although everyone is tired today, they are full of energy because of the 100 yuan bonus from Chen Mo. Everyone go back and be safe. Everyone left with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Chen Mo looked at Suyun who had not left yet. Aunt Su, where is the elevator? It should be here tomorrow. The stairs will be almost finished tomorrow, so it can be installed in the next few days. Are all the other machines here? Almost everyone is here. They are all in the warehouse now. Want to go take a look? Good. Chen Mo and Suyun came to the warehouse behind the supermarket. This place is usually used to store goods, and the empty space is now packed with people. Open the warehouse door. It's a little dark inside. Where's the light? Suyun's voice contained a hint of fear. It seems to be on the left. Chen Mo walked to the left, and before he turned on the light, he suddenly heard a scream from behind him. R. Tilder. Suyun saw a big rat running past her feet from the dim street lights outside. She screamed and subconsciously ran towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo only felt a ball of warm, fragrant and soft jade melting into his arms. Her body is mature and plump, soft as jade. The two of them were stunned at this time and looked at each other. Feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. The atmosphere became a little heated at this moment. Especially the young hormones coming from Chen Mo made her feel a little overwhelmed. Chen Mo sniffed her body fragrance and slowly approached her delicate face. Suyun looked at the breathing sound that was getting closer and closer. Her beautiful face was burning hot and her heart was in turmoil. Dee. The sudden sound of a car horn coming from the road outside instantly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. The two of them couldn't help but wake up. Suyun, in particular, immediately broke away from Chen Mo's arms and whispered, "You, go turn on the light." Chen Mo also came to his senses at this time and turned on the lights in the warehouse. As the lights came on, the atmosphere between the two became slightly awkward. Suyun calmed herself down first and showed Chen Mo the machines that had been delivered in the past few days. This is the claw machine that was delivered today, this one was delivered yesterday, and those were also delivered today. Tomorrow there will be an elevator, and some games and singing machines. Do we need to rent a warehouse? After looking at the machine, the two walked out of the warehouse. Pull down the warehouse door together and lock it. Suyun looked at Chen Mo and said softly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." "Ansu, let me take you there." "No. Didn't you hear Aunt Lee and the others say that a girl was robbed when she returned home last night?" "Robbery?" Suyun's heart skipped a beat and she looked at Chen Mo with a little suspicion. "Yes, I heard that if you meet someone prettier, it might be possible. Ansu, think about it, if it was you." Chen Mo looked at her seriously. "Suyun." She was indeed a little scared. It's not that she is narcissistic, but it would be very dangerous if she really met someone with bad intentions. "Let's go, Ansu." Suyun still got into Chen Mo's car. The car sped all the way, and in less than 10 minutes, it arrived downstairs of Suyun's house. "Thank you. You've worked hard," Suyun said softly and opened the car door. Before getting out of the car, she turned back to look at Chen Mo and gave him a warning. "Drive back and be safe." "Well, bye." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he drove home. "I am really tired every day. I came home, washed up, and lay down on the bed." Suddenly the phone vibrated. Chen Mo picked up his phone and saw a text message reminder. "Suyun, this is all the expenses for purchasing the elevator this time. All the invoices will be given to Lilu for verification later." Chen Mo took a quick look and saw that the total price of the two elevators was a little over 280,000 yuan. This was the price that Suyun had negotiated for a long time. Received. After reading it, Chen Mo sent a message back. "Suyun, okay, you're still asleep." "Chen Mo, I just finished washing up and lay down." After a while, Chen Mo's phone vibrated again. "Suyun, then you should go to bed early. Good night." "Chen Mo, good night." Chen Mo put down his phone and fell asleep soon after. At the same time, at Suyun's home, she looked at Chen Mo's last message of good night on her phone and for a moment she couldn't sleep. The scene that happened in the warehouse tonight kept appearing in my mind. She closed her eyes, her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but close her long legs tightly together. The next few days. The old street supermarket is more lively, but the flow of people in the supermarket is comparable to the first day of the promotion. This was beyond Chen Mo's expectations. GKD's reputation has been in a state of continuous fermentation. More and more young people come here to try something new. Due to its advantages in taste, service and price, GKD has become the favorite gathering place for young people in the county in just a few days. This is developing exactly in the direction Chen Mo expected. With the opening of the second and third floors, more young people will come here. At noon, another batch of machines arrived and Suyun was responsible for receiving them. At the same time, the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor where the elevator will be installed have also been completed. The elevators on the second and third floors were also installed today. All kinds of machines were moved up. Installing the elevator saves a lot of manpower. After several days in a row, all the entertainment facilities on the second and third floors were completed. The second floor is mainly occupied by various game machines, claw machines, and a karaoke room. Chen Mo has renovated the entire third floor except for his own bedroom, but he hasn't yet decided what to do with it. Let us first see what effect the second floor can achieve. Then decide on the project for the third floor. Finally, it's done. Chen Mo stretched lazily tiredly. Suyun next to him smiled with a sense of relief. It's been exactly 2 weeks. I have completed the task you gave me. If she didn't say it, Chen Mo wouldn't remember it yet, so he smiled and said, Ansu, thank you for your hard work. It's only natural to work for a salary without any hard work. Suyun looked relaxed. She felt at ease receiving this salary. Her efforts are worth the salary. To celebrate finishing their work, how about we have a midnight snack? Chen Mo was hungry and it was already early morning. All the food I ate at night has been digested. Where is there food at this time? In this small county town, there is no store open after 10 o'clock. Moreover, there are no decent restaurants for late night snacks. By the way, didn't we get a batch of hot pot base in our store today? Hot pot. On the third floor of the supermarket, in Chen Mo's living room. There was red hot pot oil floating in a pot, and pieces of beef were rolling in it, emitting a rich aroma. Chen Mo took out a piece, blew on the hot air, and ate it in one bite. Go slowly, don't get burned. Suyun reminded in a gentle voice. You eat too. Chen Mo scooped out a piece and put it in her bowl, then stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. Ansu, would you like to drink something? Drink a little. Suyun didn't know why she agreed to it. Chapter 17 I like big. Chen Mo opened the red wine, but there was no wine glass at home. He took 2 glasses and placed them on the table. Each person poured half a cup. After pouring the wine, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Suyun picked up the red wine and looked at him puzzledly. Chen Mo also picked up the wine glass. Other people pair red wine with steak, but we pair red wine with hot pot, isn't that a bit weird? Suyun couldn't help but laugh. But no one says that red wine must be paired with steak. The key to drinking is who you drink with. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water. She took a sip and her red lips left a faint mark on the glass. Chen Mo also took a sip. The taste of this wine is average, but at this moment, the combination of fine wine and beautiful woman is particularly pleasing to the eye. Chen Mo, thank you. After Suyun finished speaking, he raised his glass and drank the whole thing in one gulp. Before Chen Mo could react, her cup was already empty. After drinking, Suyun's mature oval face had a hint of blush. A hint of charm emanated from her unconsciously. She lightly lifted her waist-length black hair, showing the charm of a mature woman. Ansu, slow down and don't get drunk. Suyun couldn't help but smile when she heard this. When other men drink with me, they want me to drink more, and it's best to drink until I pass out. She tapped Chen Mo with her slender jade finger. You are still afraid that I will get drunk? Chen Mo smiled calmly. I'm not afraid that you will get drunk, but I'm afraid that you will hurt your body if you drink too much. Suyun was slightly stunned. I've been hurting for how long? No one really cares about themselves anymore. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Don't worry, my drinking capacity is bottomless. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, just drink in moderation, until you are slightly tipsy. He poured another half cup for Suyun. That is quite true. Suyun picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at him seriously. Chen Mo, you don't give me the feeling of an 18-year-old. Oh. He is more like a mature man, with a calm, confident and nonchalant charm. Suyun looked at Chen Mo curiously with her charming eyes. Normally she wouldn't say this, nor would she look at a man so bluntly. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. Chen Mo smiled and said, Ansu, you are the same, you are full of the elegant and confident charm of a mature woman. Yeah. The corners of Suyun's crimson lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. What woman doesn't like to hear sweet words? Of course, Suyun has been tired of hearing about appearance since she was a child. Chen Mo's praise from the perspective of inner temperament seemed more sincere. Certainly. HMPH, a man's mouth. Suyun said with a smile on her face. Chen Mo subconsciously replied, what a lie. Soo-yoon had never heard of such trendy words before and couldn't help but laugh. Then he affirmed, "That's right." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Auntie Soo, please eat quickly, or the beef will be overcooked." Soo-yoon pointed to her cup, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of charm. "Okay, then pour some more wine." As if acting coquettishly. After drinking, she was charming in every move. The two men drank and ate meat. Time passed by unknowingly and it was already past 1 in the morning. Soo-yoon drank a lot of wine, and her beautiful and perfect oval face had a hint of redness from the alcohol. She slowly stood up, her eyes wandering. "Well, I should go home." Chen Mo didn't drink as much as Soo-yoon, but he also drank a lot. He definitely couldn't drive at this time. But if he didn't drive, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting Soo-yoon walk back alone. If she were allowed to go out like this, she would definitely be picked up by someone. Chen Mo stood up and held her back. "Aunt Soo, don't go back tonight, just rest here." Soo-yoon shook her head slightly. "No. I want to go back." She said this while still stubbornly walking towards the door. Chen Mo pulled her back with force, but he might have used too much force. "Pull her into your arms directly." Soo-yoon bumped into Chen Mo's arms and was slightly stunned. She felt the scent of hormones coming towards her, stirring her heart. Chen Mo's breath was on her face. Soo-yoon felt her face getting hotter. Chen Mo put his arms around her plump waist, feeling her soft touch. His eyes unconsciously fell on her fragrant red lips. He couldn't help but slowly approach. Soo-yoon looked at Chen Mo, who was getting closer and closer. She clenched her hands involuntarily and slowly closed her eyes. Soo-yoon felt like her breathing was about to stop. She was completely stiff. She was almost sober. She even wanted to fall into this irrational abyss. But Su Ching-shue's face suddenly appeared in my mind. Soo-yoon woke up instantly. She patted Chen Mo's shoulder gently and hummed softly, "Chen Mo. Don't." Chen Mo slowly stopped and looked at her. Soo-yoon's eyes were full of struggle as she said, "We can't do that. You are Ching-shue's classmate, you can't do that." Su Ching-shue? When Chen Mo heard the name, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. In her previous life, she had kept her in suspense, taken care of her in every possible way, and gave her everything. But in the end, when she went bankrupt, she left without even a goodbye, cold-blooded and heartless. Now, I'm alive again, but I have to let her ruin my own destiny. Chen Mo looked at Soo-yoon with red eyes. "Aunt Soo, I don't like her, I like you." Soo-yoon's heart almost skipped a beat at the confession. "Like me? How is this possible? I'm older than you. What happened to DA?" Chen Mo looked at her seriously. "I like big ones." Soo-yoon. These words made Soo-yoon stunned for a moment. She still couldn't accept Chen Mo's advanced ideas. At least not yet. But her feelings towards Chen Mo are also complicated. She has a good impression of him, but he is her daughter's classmate and there is an age gap between them. She couldn't convince herself for a while. "I'm sorry, Aunt Soo, I was a little impulsive because I drank too much. Tonight, you sleep in my mother's room. It's not safe to go back so late." Chen Mo said this and turned back to his room silently. Soo-yoon looked at his lonely back, feeling somewhat complicated. Chen Mo fell on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. "I was indeed a little drunk." Soo-yoon is not a casual woman. On the contrary, she has great self-respect and self-love. Because there are so many men coveting her, she is more defensive than most people. Even though she already had some feelings for Chen Mo. Under the influence of alcohol, she still restrained herself and did not sink into being dominated. She is worthy of being a woman who has been single all her life. As Chen Mo thought about it, he began to feel tired. But when he was half asleep and half awake, the door of his bedroom was quietly pushed open. A mature, plump, curvy figure slowly walked in. Chapter 18, a Grandmaster Secretary appears. The woman came to Chen Mo and then felt a towel wiping her face. After wiping, the woman left again. After one night, Chen Mo woke up slowly. "I smelled the aroma of noodles. Mom is back." Chen Mo got up and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw a mature and plump figure coming out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. "Aunt Soo, are you awake? Eat your noodles quickly, the supermarket will be open soon." Soo-yoon put the noodles on the table as she spoke. "Yeah, okay." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he went to wash up first. After I came out of the shower, I found that Suyun Ren had left. This. Chen Mo finished his noodles in just a few bites, then quickly walked out of the room to find Suyun. All the stairs have been replaced with elevators. Chen Mo turned on the elevator switch. Take the elevator directly downstairs. From the third floor to the first floor. Chen Mo could feel that everyone was a little excited. After all, the results of half a month of hard work were about to come out. Today is the first day of the second floor. The supermarket's promotions have already begun and the flow of people has stabilized. After the second floor opens, it may bring a large influx of people to the supermarket and GKD. In addition to overseeing the decoration and putting machines into the warehouse, Chen Mo also has to recruit new employees these days. A total of 10 new employees are needed on the second floor. Moreover, the requirements this time are slightly higher. Mainly its age. Restricted to those under 40 years old. After all, the things people encounter on the second floor are all new and fresh, and young people accept them faster. Chen Mo also wanted to take the opportunity to hire another secretary. But unfortunately, no one scored more than 70 points. Chen Mo was a little surprised. Is it possible that there are no outstanding women in our county? Are you going to find Su Qingxue yourself? I don't believe it. Chen Mo went downstairs and everyone greeted him happily. Boss. Morning, boss. All the waiters on the second floor have arrived. Now Chen Mo's reputation is getting higher and higher, even the aunties in the supermarket on the first floor are now calling him boss out of respect. Chen Mo opened the elevator to the second floor. No one had ever ridden in this elevator before, and when they saw the elevator start, they were all curious and eager to try it out. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Today is the weekend, so there might be a lot of people here. It will be hard work for everyone." No. The girls waved their hands quickly. Yes, this time Chen Mo recruited only girls. Their ages range from 18 to 35, from young girls to young women. Chen Mo doesn't necessarily want girls. The main thing is that the boys who came for the interview were all non-mainstream, and they looked very unacceptable. Of course, there were many non-mainstream girls among the interviewees, and they were all killed by Chen Mo. As someone who has experienced it, I really can't appreciate it now. At this time, Suyun came towards him. Her curvy figure is top-notch among mature women. As she walked, every step was graceful. No matter men look at it with envy, women look at it with stars in their eyes. She came to Chen Mo, "Everyone is ready." Chen Mo nodded slightly, "Yeah." Then he asked in a low voice, "Auntie Su, have you eaten noodles?" Suyun hummed softly, then walked to the gate with her long beautiful legs. Open the door. The moment the supermarket door opened, a large group of people rushed in. The flow of people is much higher than when the supermarket held promotions before. Also, because it was the weekend, a lot of young people came. These are Chen Mo's target groups. Everyone, please be careful when getting on the elevator. Safety comes first. Suyun held the loudspeaker and carefully reminded the crowded crowd. At this time, many people's eyes were focused on this mature beauty. She has the outstanding temperament of a strong woman and a mature and hot body. It is hard not to attract people's attention. Lilu looked at her idol and immediately helped to maintain order. After spending some time with Suyun, she admired her way of dealing with people more and more. She is now basically studying Suyun as a template for her future. Suyun did teach her a lot. The two of them have a bit of a master-disciple feeling. Chen Mo is happy to see this happen. It is a good thing that Lilu is willing to learn and improve. As more and more people come, Chen Mo couldn't help but join in maintaining security order. This flow of people was a little beyond Chen Mo's previous expectations. There are all kinds of new things on the second floor that everyone has never seen before, which are very attractive to everyone. "Hello, are you hiring here?" A clear and ethereal voice sounded beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked around and was slightly stunned by what he saw. What a clean temperament. What a beautiful girl. She had delicate facial features without any flaws, red lips and white teeth, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak, full of spirit. The girl looked at Chen Mo with a pair of bright and clear eyes, with a hint of curiosity. Chen Mo looked at her and nodded slightly. "Recruiting, what position are you interviewing for?" The girl showed a happy sweet smile. I want to interview the waiter in your second floor gaming area. Come here, I'll record your information. Chen Mo brought the girls to GKD next door. There were quite a few people in GKD at that time. More and more people know about GKD, especially young people, and many of them are about to become loyal customers here. As soon as the girl followed Chen Mo in, she immediately attracted the attention of many young people. She is so clean and beautiful that she is dazzling. 2 cokes. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he counted the money and gave it to Lin Yu, who was punching the ticket. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. This is for better accounting, no matter who comes to buy, the money must be counted. Rules set by Suyun. Chen Mo sat down next to the girl with 2 cups of coke. Give me a drink. No, thank you. The girl was surprised for a moment and then refused. Chen Mo didn't force her. Okay, then tell me your personal information. The girl looked at Chen Mo suspiciously and said, Are you the only one interviewing me? Chen Mo smiled and said, Of course, isn't it okay? The girl quickly waved her hands. No. She sat upright and said formally, Hello, boss. My name is Ruoshi. I'm 18 years old. I graduated from high school. I'm good at learning to play games. That's all. Ruoshi? This name seems familiar. I always feel like I've heard it somewhere before. At the same time, Chen Mo's rating of Ruoshi in his mind. Ruoshi's rating: appearance 96, figure 94, temperament 97, ability 93, potential 98, overall rating 95.6 points. Grandmaster level secretary. Grandmaster secretary. Chen Mo was extremely surprised. I didn't expect Ruoshi's score to be so high. Regardless of her appearance, her ability rating is not bad at all. The potential value has reached an astonishing 98 points. She is 2 levels higher than Su Qingxue. This Ruoshi is definitely not simple. Chapter 19 Grandmaster Treasure Chest. You're hired. Secretary position, 2,000 yuan per month during probation, 3,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. Chen Mo really wanted to open a little more for her, but was afraid of scaring her. Ruoshi frowned slightly and said, I'm not interviewing for a secretary position. I'm interviewing for a waiter for the game on the second floor. Chen Mo smiled and said, Your secretary position is to manage the entire second floor game area. Ruoshi immediately smiled and said, Manage the entire second floor game area. Chen Mo nodded. Do you like playing games? Ruoshi coughed lightly, stretched out a white finger and said, Just a little bit. Chen Mo smiled and said, It's okay. If you like playing, that's even better. Ruoshi blinked her bright eyes. Well, when can I start work? It seemed that she couldn't wait any longer. Chen Mo pushed the remaining cup of coke in front of her. Can you do it now? Ruoshi glanced at the coke, happily picked it up, and smiled sweetly, Of course. After she finished speaking, she said with a hint of apology, Boss, I may only work for 1 month during the summer vacation. Is that okay? Chen Mo nodded. Okay, I'll give you the labor contract later. You also need to sign it for summer employment. Ruoshi readily agreed. Okay, then I'll go to work now. Seeing her excitement, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. I'll take you there. Ruoshi followed Chen Mo, following closely. At the same time, Suyun just came down from the second floor. She also held a loudspeaker in her hand to maintain order. Sister Yun. Chen Mo waved towards Suyun. Suyun walked over with her long and beautiful legs, gracefully and calmly. Her every move is filled with the charm of a mature woman. Boss, what's up? When Suyun came down, she noticed the dazzling girl next to Chen Mo at first sight. Let me introduce you. This is Suyun, my chief secretary. Her name is Ruoshi, and she is in charge of the entire second floor. Suyun was slightly stunned when she heard Chen Mo introduce her title as general secretary. He never told me about this. Does this count as a promotion? Hello, Sister Yun, you can call me Xiaobai or Ruoshi. Ruoshi said politely. Suyun smiled and said, You're welcome, Ruoshi, come with me. Ruoshi hummed lightly and quickly followed Suyun. Chen Mo looked at the backs of 2 top beauties, one big and one small, going upstairs, and a crisp sound appeared in his mind. Bite. Complete the main mission, Recruit 3 secretaries, silver level secretaries or above. Rewards, 20,000 points, Grandmaster level treasure chest. Do you want to open the Grandmaster treasure box? A Grandmaster level treasure chest. Chen Mo was full of curiosity about this golden treasure chest. Yes. Chen Mo only felt flashes of golden light before his eyes. Then there were a series of prompt sounds. Congratulations to their host for receiving the reward, 5 million yuan, skills, photographic memory, master level voice, master level cooking skills, and a 100% bonus to commercial popularity. Hiss. This reward is so generous that it's scary. 3 skills, 5 million, and 9 levels of popularity bonus. These 9 levels of popularity mean that originally only 1,000 people might come to the supermarket to buy things. But now with this 100% popularity bonus, it will become 2,000 people. This is a bug buff for any merchant. This bonus, plus the 90% popularity bonus that was previously opened from Master Su Yun's treasure chest. The total popularity bonus is 190%. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points perfect. Charm, 6 points normal. Skills, photographic memory, Grandmaster voice, Grandmaster cooking. Reputation, 225 obtained the title Business Rookie. Assets, 6.255 million yuan ranked 8th in Qingyang County. Obtained title, Millionaire, business popularity bonus 10%. Business Rookie, business popularity bonus 3%. Secretaries, 3, by Ruoshi Grandmaster level secretary, Suyun Master level secretary, Li Lu Silver level secretary. Has the wealth ranking reached 8th in the county? Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. In this day and age, people who have assets worth over 1 million are indeed rare. Chen Mo remembered that he still had a side achievement mission. Side quest, become the richest man in the county, reward 10,000 points, title, the richest man in Qingyang County, attribute charm 50. Is this charm attribute really useful? Is it really possible to increase other people's friendliness towards you? Chen Mo really wanted to experience the effect of this charm value. But the prerequisite is to get the title of the richest man in Qingyang County. I just don't know who is the richest man in Qingyang County. How many assets do you have? It is very likely to exceed 10 million. Just when Chen Mo was thinking about something, a group of young men and women came to GKD, among them was someone Chen Mo knew. The most eye-catching girl among them is Su Qingxue. There are also a few girls with whom she has a good relationship. In addition to the girls, there were also several boys, the most prominent of whom was Lin Hao. Lin Hao is the rich second generation whose family runs a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. According to the current value, the assets of this 4S store should be worth over 10 million yuan. But I heard that this does not belong to Lin Hao's family alone, there are other shareholders. Chen Mo didn't have a clear idea about the specific people. Lin Hao and his friends also heard that there was a very popular entertainment place here recently, with delicious burgers. All the students want to come. When Su Qingxue and the others arrived, they found something wrong. Especially Su Qingxue, Su Yun never told her that she worked for Chen Mo. So, naturally, I didn't know that Chen Mo had transformed the supermarket in just half a month. Look at the glass wall on the second floor, it looks upscale and stylish. On the first floor has a unique environment in this county town. This place is unique in every way and has the atmosphere that only big cities can have. This is very attractive to Su Qingxue, a girl who yearns for the big city. Qingxue, this is the supermarket we visited last time at Chen Mo's house, right? The girl next to her looked at the building with a look of surprise. Just half a month later, this is still the same place. What? Is this the supermarket that Chen Mo lives in? Lin Hao looked surprised. Some classmates knew that Chen Mo's family ran a supermarket, but most of them didn't. Some people know, but they don't know where Chen Mo's supermarket is or how big it is. For example, Lin Hao, a bad guy with extremely evil intentions. He didn't get Chen Mo right last time. Instead, he was cheated by Chen Mo. That time, her mother scolded him severely. Now, he not only feels hostility towards Chen Mo as a love rival, but also resents himself for being cheated when selling the car. Is this GKD also owned by Chen Mo? I don't know. This store didn't exist when we came here last time. Maybe it's opened by someone else. Let's go in and take a look first. I heard the food here is super delicious. Yeah, my cousin came over and brought me some fries, they were super delicious. Chapter 20. No, why should he? Su Qingxue and the others entered GKD together. They looked around the store curiously. Hello, what can I do for you? You can order food here. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingxue and others with a smile on her face. What do you have to eat here? We have them all here, but I recommend our burgers and fries, they are delicious. There are so many, what should I do if I want to eat them all? Several girls looked at the menu with a confused look on their faces. At this time, Lin Hao waved his hand with a magnanimous look on his face. Order whatever you want, it's my treat. Wow, really? Thank you, Boss Lin. The girls flattered Lin Hao with a smile. Brother Hao is generous. Our brother Hao has plenty of money. The boys also did not forget to flatter in time. Lin Hao smiled faintly and glanced at Su Qingxue. Qingxue, what do you want to eat? I can do anything. Su Qingxue had other things on her mind at this time. For example, whether this store belongs to Chen Mo. When Lin Hao saw Su Qingxue's expression, he knew what it meant. He followed his family around the store and learned a little about reading people's expressions. In fact, he also wanted to know who the owner of this store was. He had the same feeling as Su Qingxue. After everyone had ordered their meals, Lin Hao took out $100 bill and handed it to the front desk clerk Lin Yu, and asked with a smile on his face. Beauty, who is the owner of this store? Lin Yu couldn't help but restrain his signature smile and asked who their boss was. She has an extremely smart brain and these people seem to be about the same age as her boss Chen Mo. If the relationship is not good, it will cause trouble for the boss. Our boss is not here right now. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. When the boss comes, I will help you convey it. Is that okay with you? Nothing, what's your boss's last name? Lin Hao continued to ask without giving up. Lin Yu at the front desk hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, our boss's surname is Chen. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, surname Chen. Your name is Chen Mo, right? I'm so sorry, I don't know the boss's name. Please move aside. The customer behind me needs to order food. Lin Hao and the other person at the front desk. Su Qingxue heard it very clearly. The boss's surname is Chen. This supermarket belongs to Chen Mo. Then this GKD basically belongs to Chen Mo. Isn't this really a shop opened by Chen Mo's family? Chen Mo can do it. Whatever Chen Mo is fine, make it seem like he's the one driving it. Yes, it's probably the store opened by her mother, or that relative. I think the most likely possibility is that he came back from a big city and bought a shop here. I think this possibility is very high. Lin Hao's speculation with a look of disdain was widely recognized by everyone. Okay, let's eat first. Try it and see how it tastes. If it doesn't work, this shop. Lin Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. The girl who took a bite of the burger next to her widened her eyes. What's wrong? It's not tasty. The girl shook her head and pointed at the burger excitedly. Delicious. Everyone opened the packages and started eating. Millimeter. It's really delicious. Try these fries, they are super delicious. The girls couldn't help but exclaim in praise as they ate the French fries. Because it was the first time for everyone to eat this. The freshness and novel flavors completely satisfied their needs. Lin Hao wanted to find fault but didn't know where to look for it. After everyone had eaten, they saw Coke and curiously ordered one each. They drank Coke and walked to the second floor of the supermarket. What's there to do on the second floor? Probably the ones in the game hall, arcade machines or something like that. Lin Hao has seen some of the world, and has a look of seeing through things on his face. Yeah, what fun can there be? Let's just take a turn and leave. As they talked, they came to the elevator entrance. What's this? Elevator. How do we get up there? You've never sat here before. Come with me. Lin Hao stepped into the elevator with a familiar look on his face. His body swayed and he hurriedly grabbed the handrail of the elevator. Everyone suppressed their laughter and immediately followed. This supermarket actually has an elevator. Wow, look ahead, there are so many things to play with. As soon as everyone saw the things on the second floor in the elevator, their eyes sparkled. What a big doll! Wow! There are also small dolls. How can I play with them? And there! Is that a motorcycle? For a moment, everyone was shocked by the game area full of new and interesting things. The claw machine was surrounded by people. People were even queuing up to grab the dolls. Su Qingxue and the others were also itching to try it out. Buy coins, buy coins. Everyone couldn't wait to take out their pocket money to buy coins. However, at this time, there were people playing in front of every game console. If you want to play with those newfangled gadgets, you have to queue up. But even if you have to queue, everyone wants to play. The place with the most girls is the claw machine. Especially that cute big doll, which was surrounded by people who wanted to grab it. Just as they were queuing in front of a claw machine, someone saw a familiar figure. Hey, look, isn't that Chen Mo? This immediately attracted the attention of others. Su Qingxue looked in the direction they pointed and saw Chen Mo walking with a girl. That girl is so beautiful. So beautiful that it eclipses everyone around her. The girl had a sweet smile on her face and looked at the game consoles around her from time to time. Her eyes were full of desire and she wanted to play. But looking at Chen Mo, she seemed to be restraining her emotions, as if she couldn't afford to play without game coins. It's really Chen Mo. He doesn't look like the boss here. It's not like that. The pretty girl next to him clearly wants to play, but she doesn't seem to be able to afford it. TSK, poor pretty girl, Chen Mo, this stingy guy is reluctant to even buy a game coin. While everyone was complaining about Chen Mo, they also felt sorry for the beautiful girl. Lin Hao looked at Chen Mo with vicious eyes. He pulled the classmate next to him and said, "Call him." The classmate was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly to Chen Mo, "Chen Mo! Chen Mo! Over here!" Chen Mo was attracted by the shouting and turned around to find Su Qingxue, Lin Hao and others. Chen Mo smiled slightly and walked towards them. Bai Ruoshi didn't pay much attention to it. Her attention was on the motorcycle game just now. She really wanted to play it tilde. It's a pity that the boss is at work, I'm also at work. Just now, Chen Mo took her to familiarize herself with the game machines here. After looking around, she wanted to play them all. At this time, she subconsciously followed Chen Mo. Hey, Chen Mo, you're playing here too, who are you bringing with you? Liu Ji, why are you here? Har, this is my friend. Chen Mo glanced at the well-behaved Bai Ruoshi beside him and introduced her. Bai Ruoshi blinked. Friend? Her expression was a little silly. You brought them here, why don't you buy them coins to play with? Are you so stingy? Liu Ji is a die-hard fan of Lin Hao. He knew that Lin Hao hated Chen Mo, not only because their love rival liked Su Qingxue, but also because of the recent car purchase. Liu Ji heard about it. He understood exactly what Lin Hao meant just now. This is the time to embarrass Chen Mo. Liu Ji smiled and tossed the coins in his hand. Can't you afford the game coins? Everyone else couldn't help but laugh. Girl, come play with us. I have plenty of coins here. You can play as you like. Liu Ji looked at Bai Ruoshi with an obscene smile on his face. Bai Ruoshi couldn't help but frown at this time. These people were obviously here to bully Chen Mo. Still using coins to tempt yourself. Bai Ruoshi smiled sweetly. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Mo. She said in a clear voice, "Boss, are these your friends? Don't they know you are the boss here? Hello, I am your secretary." Her words immediately froze Liu Ji's smile. Lin Hao, Su Qingxue and the others were all stunned for a moment. The second floor is also all Chen Mo's. What's more, such a beautiful girl is actually Chen Mo's secretary. No, why does Chen Mo do that? Chapter 21, the school beauty's mother is also his secretary. Bai Ruoshi's words made everyone's heads buzz. Chen Mo and Bai Ruoshi left without anyone reacting. They couldn't accept that Chen Mo could own such a store, and, moreover, had such a beautiful girl as his secretary. Who is that girl? I've never seen her before. Liu Ji couldn't help but talk to a few girls out of curiosity. Bai Ruoshi is so beautiful. Lin Hao was also jealous when he saw this. How should we know? The girl replied somewhat unhappily. In front of them, he cares so much about other women. Liu Ji laughed awkwardly and pointed at the claw machine that happened to be vacant nearby and said, "Come on, let's play over here." When the girls saw the claw machine, they immediately became excited and rushed over. Insert a coin. I'll do it, I'll do it. The girls couldn't wait to say. Everyone looked at the first girl who grabbed the food and gave her instructions. Come closer, clamp, R. Looking at the loosened clamp, everyone couldn't help but let out a sound of regret. I'll do it, I'll do it. After a while, it failed again. Next. There's something wrong with this machine. It can't even be clamped firmly. Just as they were studying the clips, a classmate made a surprised sound. Hey! Look at the woman next to Chenmo. What's wrong? Everyone looked in the direction of their voice and saw Chenmo and a tall, mature, plump, beautiful woman in a professional suit walking and talking together. From their attitudes, it seemed that they were very close. She looks a bit like Qingxue. It seems to be Qingshue's mother. Aunt Su. Qingshue's expression froze. She now only hoped that Suyun was not working for Chenmo. While Lin Hao and the others were talking, Chenmo and Suyun had already walked over. Hello, Aunt Su. Everyone greeted Suyun. Suyun also walked closer and saw Su Qingxue. It was too late to pretend I hadn't seen it. She felt inexplicably panicked. It's like a guilty thief. Maybe it's because Chenmo and Su Qingxue are classmates. Hello. Suyun forced a smile, and her eyes met Su Qingshue's slightly. She felt her daughter's surprise and dissatisfaction. Auntie has something else to do, you and Qingxue have fun. Okay, Auntie, you go ahead. Lin Hao nodded with a smile on his face. Suyun glanced at him, then looked at Chenmo. Boss, let's go over there now. Chenmo and Suyun took the elevator and went downstairs together. This scene of Suyun and Chenmo together, especially when Suyun calls Chenmo boss. It really shocked Su Qingxue. Isn't Aunt Su also Chenmo's secretary? This kid Chenmo. Why did he hire so many secretaries? And they are all beautiful women. He won't have any other ideas, right? Shut up, what are you talking about? That's Qingshue's mother. Su Qingshue's face turned pale. You guys play. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. At the same time, Chenmo and Suyun drove out of the supermarket and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a new company. Aunt Su. During working hours, please call me Secretary Su. Suyun said in a serious tone. Chenmo. The two of them spoke in silence along their way until they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete their business, and then received a brand new business license. Easton Group Limited Liability Company. The third floor will be temporarily used as the company's office. The group will be divided into two major divisions, physical and online. Physical and online. Suyun only half understood, and asked with a hint of doubt in her eyes, network refers to the internet company. Of course she knew about entities. She had heard a lot of new words from Chenmo recently. She went to the bookstore and bought a lot of books, working hard to learn and grow. But she still couldn't fully understand much of what Chenmo said. That's about it, but this part is not too urgent. However, in 4 or 5 years, the internet era will officially begin to explode. Let's talk about the entity first, the big aspects: real estate, plazas, restaurants, manufacturing, cars, mobile phones, computers, etc. Suyun couldn't help but fantasize after hearing the company blueprint described by Chenmo. The trap set by Chenmo is too big. It was so big that Suyun was amazed and impressed. Chenmo is only 18 years old. I have such a big picture in my mind. The future is limitless. But now, Suyun still felt that Chenmo wanted too much. After all, many things require core technology. People may not be able to do well in one industry. Can Chenmo really succeed by casting such a wide net? Suyun had doubts in her heart. She also mentioned it vaguely to Chenmo. But Chenmo just smiled and did not refute or confirm. The more Suyun got to know Chenmo, the more she realized that Chenmo had a mysterious and even omnipotent charm. Suyun originally thought that she could relax for a while after finishing the entertainment on the second floor. But now it seems that all the things Chenmo had given her before were trivial matters. The real big things are waiting for you behind this. But Suyun really likes the feeling of being entrusted with an important task. The more challenging it is, the more motivated she becomes. Suyun's abilities will also be utilized and enhanced to the maximum extent under Chen Mo's development. The second floor is used during the weekend. It attracts a huge flow of people, including adults and children, young students, office workers, etc. It's overcrowded. The huge flow of people also boosted the business of GKD, the supermarket on the first floor. These 2 days, Suyun finished tidying up the office on the third floor. It temporarily became the office of Chen Mo, Suyun, Lilu, and Bai Ruoshi. Chen Mo had a room for himself, and the 3 secretaries had a room for themselves. But in fact, Lilu and Bai Ruoshi rarely use the office. They have to stay on the first and second floors respectively. Sunday night, around 10:30. The lights on the first floor of the supermarket have been turned off. But the second floor is not there yet. Chen Mo came to the second floor and saw a graceful figure who seemed to be playing an arcade game. Bai Ruoshi? Chen Mo approached slowly. She was playing 3 Kingdoms and was concentrating on fighting the boss of the first level, Sun Shangxiang. Not to mention, Chen Mo also liked this game very much at first. Cough. Chen Mo coughed lightly, but Bai Ruoshi didn't hear it. She was absorbed in playing the game. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh, then went to the first floor to get 2 bottles of water and went upstairs to sit next to Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi had just finished defeating the boss at this time. She shouted happily, yes. After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong, as if there was someone next to her. Bai Ruoshi turned her head slowly. She was so frightened that she screamed and stroked her sizable chest with her hand. Boss, why are you here? Chen Mo, the lights are on, so I came to take a look. Bai Ruoshi was a little embarrassed. I'll turn off the lights and leave right away. By the way, I bought the game coins with my own money. Chen Mo smiled and said, why are you leaving? The fight isn't over yet. Is it okay for me to add one more? Bai Ruoshi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she whispered, boss, do you know how to play? Chen Mo stretched out his hand to her and said, a little bit. Bai Ruoshi looked at Chen Mo's hand, blinked her bright eyes, and asked in confusion, what? Chen Mo said seriously, lend me 2 coins. Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi took out 2 coins from her pocket. Boss, will you return them to me? Chen Mo. Chen Mo tossed the coin and chose Zhuge Liang, while Bai Ruoshi played Zhang Fei. Bai Ruoshi said in a rather sophisticated manner. Boss, if you don't know how to play, just follow me. Zhuge Liang can get the fire sword by entering this cave. When we fight the boss later, just hide aside. Chen Mo. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. He just did as she said, slacking off and doing nothing, just like a worker. Bai Ruoshi played well, beating the second boss and only getting a life from the third boss. Then take Chen Mo to pick up the ice sword and fight the boss. The boss was getting harder and harder to defeat, but Chen Mo was still slacking off. Bai Ruoshi was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Finally, when I was fighting the boss Jie Chan, I was left with only a little health. However, Chen Mo's Zhuge Liang was still slacking off with full health. Bai Ruoshi finally couldn't help it. Boss, hit her? Chen Mo smiled slightly, okay. So, Bai Ruoshi watched Chen Mo's unstoppable operation and defeated the boss without losing a single drop of blood. This? Bai Ruoshi stared blankly at the fallen Jie Chan, blinked her big eyes and said, boss, you lied to me. Chen Mo spread his hands. You didn't ask me if it was not true. Bai Ruoshi. Chapter 22 Going to the city with Ansu. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Chen Mo and Bai Ruoshi killed the last boss of the game, Cao Cao. I cleared the level. Bai Ruoshi happily stretched out her hand and high-fived Chen Mo. Boss, you are awesome. Chen Mo smiled. The master-level gaming skills that he exchanged for 2,000 points were really useful. He could master any game instantly and achieve perfect control. It's so late. Bai Ruoshi glanced at the time and packed her things hurriedly. It's already past 1 in the morning. I should go back. How are you going to get back? I have a way, boss, you don't have to worry. After Bai Ruoshi finished speaking, she quickly ran downstairs. Chen Mo stood upstairs and looked at Bai Ruoshi's perfect back, which was full of youthful vitality. Bai Ruoshi made a phone call on the side of the road, and soon a car stopped in front of her. There is a car to pick you up. Bai Ruoshi's identity is indeed a secret. Could it be that this beautiful, rich girl came here to experience life? After seeing her get into the car and leave, Chenmo turned around and went upstairs. After washing up and lying on the bed, Chenmo couldn't help but look at the precious commodities in the system in his mind. Now it's time for something fun. For example, the entertainment industry? Chenmo looked at the classic literary and artistic products lying in the system and thought it would be a waste if he didn't shoot them. However, the entertainment industry is still too expensive. Chenmo's capital is not enough. It's better to be cautious, such as network products. At present, the domestic internet world is still a wasteland. Whether it is search engines, games, or various software, there is a broad space for development. Apart from these, the mobile phone market is also a huge cake. Moreover, the era of smartphones has not yet begun. Chenmo thought, what if he were the one to start this era? According to the development of the original world, the era of smartphones will begin in 5 years with the launch of fruit phones. However, to purchase the one-stop technology for developing mobile phones, 30,000 points are required. Now Chenmo only has 18,000 points in total. Then we can only work hard to complete the system tasks. Now Chenmo has accumulated 3 tasks. Main quest: recruit the 4th secretary diamond score or above and get 10,000 points as reward. Side quest: open 3 GKD branches. Mission reward: 5,000 points. Side quest: become the richest man in the county, quest reward 10,000 points. The main missions have increasingly higher requirements for female secretaries. However, as long as you complete the first and second tasks, the points will be enough to reach 30,000 points. Then we can start preparing for the one-stop mobile phone industry. Chenmo is now trying to complete this task before the end of his summer vacation. Chenmo fell asleep while thinking about it. The next day, Chenmo came to the office on the 3rd floor. Suyun was sitting on an office chair. She was wearing a professional OL outfit that showed off her bust and thigh-length skirt. Her long legs were covered in flesh-colored stockings, revealing the temperament of a mature career woman. At this time, Suyun was writing something. Chenmo knocked on the office door and walked in. Morning. Suyun looked up at Chenmo. Chenmo got straight to the point and said, Aunt Su, we are going to prepare to open 2 more GKD branches. Suyun was slightly surprised. Where is it? It's not in our county, is it? There are only so many consumers in the county town. If we open another one, we will just be stealing our own business. Chenmo smiled and said, how about going to the city? Suyun nodded, of course. After all, if GKD is so popular in the county, then it will definitely do better business in big cities. She had wanted to mention this to Chenmo before, but she had too many things to do and had no time to take care of it. Chenmo, let's go. Suyun was a little surprised and asked, going to the city now? Half an hour later. A black Mercedes was driving on a highway. Chenmo drove and glanced at Suyun beside him. Auntie Su, when will you get your driver's license? It will be convenient for you to go out and do things. I want to learn how to drive. I don't have a car, what's the point of learning this? The company provides you with a car. Why would a secretary like me deserve a car? Suyun was a little surprised. Cars are still a rare commodity in this day and age. Chenmo smiled and said, Aunt Su, you are my chief secretary. This position is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Suyun. That sounds weird. Oh, by the way, I thought about it. The plaza model you mentioned is still a little small for our supermarket. Suyun took out her notebook and said seriously. You want to have clothing, restaurants, entertainment, and even a cinema, you need at least 1,000 square meters of land to build a scale, right? Chenmo nodded slightly. What Suyun said was indeed right. It seems that she studies these things a lot after get off work. Chenmo looked ahead and said, so, let's start our real estate business with this plaza model. Suyun suddenly seemed to understand, and stared at Chenmo with shining eyes. I understand, the square can attract enough people to create a business circle. With popularity and traffic, our house will naturally become popular. Also, we can create a series of real estate-related brands, such as hotels. Suyun seemed to have opened a new door, and her thoughts were divided. Chenmo had to admit that Suyun had a talent for business, and this model was indeed the masterpiece of future real estate tycoons. It's mainly this model. Compared with those real estate developers who are frantically acquiring land and building buildings, this business model is healthier, more competitive, and has stronger brand power. Chen Mo, what do you think? Why are you laughing? Is it not okay? No, I think you are right. Real. Suyun looked doubtful. She was not confident enough in her own judgment. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Really? The corners of Suyun's red lips curled up slightly. Her perfume smells nice today. It takes 1.5 hours to get from the county seat to the city. Chen Mo and Suyun went directly to the city center. The two of them agreed that if they were going to open a new store, they should open it on the busiest street. But choosing a store location is still very troublesome. It took the two of them a whole day to finally decide on a store next to the Xinhua bookstore. This store used to be a restaurant, but it had never been very popular, so they decided to move out. Chen Mo and Suyun were lucky. The shop transfer fee was 30,000 yuan, and the rental contract was for 2 years, 48,000 yuan per year, or 4,000 yuan per month. For this location, the price is neither high nor low. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Chen Mo signed the contract with the landlord. Neither Suyun nor Chen Mo had dinner. Let's go get something to eat. Chen Mo drove the car and went looking for food with Suyun. There are still very few late-night snack shops these days, even in the city. The two of them also walked around and found a night snack stall selling barbecue on a street near the river. Chen Mo and Suyun got out of the car and found a table to sit down. Next to them there was a large table with about 10 people, most of them shirtless thugs with large tattoos, drinking and bragging. Many of them couldn't help but have their eyes lit up the moment Suyun appeared. The naked evil looks made Suyun frown. Chen Mo looked calm and called the boss over. Give me some beef skewers, grilled fish, pork belly, lamb, oysters, leeks and fried rice. Ansu, what do you want to eat? Suyun shook her head slightly. That's enough. That's all, then. Chen Mo handed the menu to the boss. After a while, the barbecue was ready and served. Just after Chen Mo and Suyun had eaten a little, the hooligans with dragon tattoos on their bodies at the next table became louder after drinking. Then, two thugs, one with green hair and the other with a bald head, walked towards the two with their arms around each other's shoulders and stared at Suyun. They held a bottle of beer in their hands. Chapter 23. Come up and take a rest. Beautiful lady. Hello. The two thugs slammed their wine bottle heavily on the table and spoke in a provocative tone. Come over and have a drink with our brothers and make friends. Suyun frowned slightly and looked up at the two thugs. It's not like she hasn't seen this kind of person before. It is said that beautiful women bring disaster, and this idiom is truly reflected in her. If drinking a glass of wine could avoid trouble, she didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mo. Just when Suyun was about to get up. Sorry, it's inconvenient. Chen Mo held Suyun's hand and replied calmly. Hey, who is this hairy boy? He is quite pretentious. Sister, he is not your brother, right? The green-haired gangster stared at Chen Mo with a wicked smile and had already picked up the bottle of wine in his hand. No, don't, I drink. Suyun said immediately. She was really afraid that Chen Mo was too young to be afraid of a tiger. The other side had more people, and in this era, no one cared if the gangsters injured or disabled people. Hey, it's not my brother, then it's okay. Before Green Hair finished his words, the bald tattooed thug next to him picked up the bottle and smashed it on Chen Mo's head, cursing fiercely, You're looking for death. Damn it, you dare to act in front of me. Don't want. Suyun exclaimed and was about to protect Chen Mo. However, the next second, with a bang, the broken wine bottle hit the bald gangster's head hard. Chen Mo didn't know when he snatched the beer bottle from the other person. Then, when the other party was in a daze, Chen Mo kicked the bald man and the green-haired man away with a fierce kick. Auntie Su, please stand back. Chen Mo gave Suyun a reassuring look. Suyun was worried. Chen Mo. As she said this, she decided not to cause trouble for Chen Mo and stood aside. The thugs at the other table all stood up instantly at this moment. Someone picked up a wine bottle, and some held a stool. Mad, you want to die, right? They cursed and looked ferocious as they swarmed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo, be careful. Suyun gave a loud warning, then took out her cell phone and prepared to quietly call the police. But Chen Mo had no intention of retreating at this time. He picked up the iron skewer for the beef skewers at an incredibly fast speed. An iron skewer pierced the opponent's arm and thigh. The thugs were completely unable to react and were unable to dodge. They fell to the ground wailing, covering their wounds. At this time, the green-haired guy who was kicked away by Chen Mo took out a knife from somewhere. Sneak attack from behind Chen Mo. Careful. Suyun screamed and pushed Chen Mo away. Greenhair's knife landed on Suyun's lower back. R-tilde. Suyun groaned in pain and leaned against Chen Mo. Ansu, are you okay? Waist. Chen Mo looked down and saw that Suyun's white shirt had been stained with blood. Fuck it. Chen Mo cursed angrily, picked up a chair and smashed it hard on the green-haired guy's head, causing blood to appear instantly. R. Chen Mo didn't let go of this garbage. Punches hit hard on the face, kicks stepped on the wrists and ankles. The screams that came one after another filled the entire night snack street. At this time, people who were watching the fun hid far away, for fear of being implicated. After Chen Mo dealt with these thugs, he immediately ran towards Suyun. Auntie Su, hold on, let's go to the hospital. Suyun's face turned pale, and she covered her lower back with her hands. The blood had stained her hands and clothes. The injury on her waist made it almost impossible for her to walk. Auntie Su, I'll hold you. Chen Mo didn't wait for her to refuse and just hugged her. Suyun leaned on Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo opened the car door, put Suyun in the passenger seat, took off his clothes and tied them around the wound on her lower back. Then he drove and rushed towards the hospital. It took some time to find the hospital because I was not familiar with the road. Suyun's face became paler and paler. The cut on the lower back was quite severe. Auntie Su, don't sleep. Chen Mo, I'm so cold. Suyun spoke softly. Auntie Su, we'll be at the hospital soon, don't sleep. Well, I don't sleep. Finally arriving at the hospital, Chen Mo immediately picked up Suyun and ran into the hospital. Doctor, help. Doctor. The doctor on duty woke up from his sleep when he heard Chen Mo's shout, and ran out quickly. The nurses also pushed the cart over. What's wrong with her? The lower back was cut and there was excessive bleeding. Push it in, clean the wound first, disinfect it, and stop the bleeding. After the doctor finished speaking, the nurses carried out the instructions efficiently. Chen Mo followed Suyun closely. The cut was not serious and was relatively easy for the doctor to treat. After the nurse helped Suyun bandage the wound, the doctor shouted, "Family members, come here." Chen Mo walked over immediately. The patient has lost too much blood. It would be best if he could get some blood transfusion. But her blood type is Rh, which belongs to the Panda category, and our hospital blood bank does not have blood in stock. If you are relative, you can draw some blood to see if you have the same blood type. The doctor finished. Chen Mo was a little surprised. I have Rh blood type, I can have the test. He himself didn't expect that he and Suyun had the same blood type. Chen Mo followed the nurse to have his blood drawn. After drawing blood and finding no problems, the nurse came to Suyun's ward with a blood bag and gave her a blood transfusion. At this time, Chen Mo went to complete the hospitalization procedures and paid the fees. When I finished my work and returned to the ward, I found that Suyun's complexion had recovered a little. The blood flowed through the needle and into Suyun's blood vessels. Suyun looked at Chen Mo with a hint of shyness in her eyes. I heard from the nurse that the blood transfused was yours. Chen Mo sat down next to her and hummed softly. Suyun said softly, "Thank you, are you not hurt? Are you okay?" Chen Mo, I should be thanking you. You blocked the knife for me. Suyun bit her red lips lightly and shook her head slightly. In her heart, she felt that this incident was caused by her, and those thugs came to cause trouble because they were lustful. Suyun looked at Chen Mo, whose face was pale and a little tired. It was already very late. Suyun slowly moved to the bedside, her face inexplicably hot as she whispered, "Why don't you come up and rest?" When Chen Mo heard this, he looked at her in surprise, ? Suyun's face turned redder as he looked at her. She spat softly, "Go to bed, and rest." After Suyun finished speaking, she turned her head away, not daring to look at Chen Mo anymore. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, thinking that he had to stay here tonight and he couldn't just sit on a chair all night. Since Suyun didn't care and even took the initiative to invite her. There is no need for me to be shy. After Suyun finished speaking, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She was a little nervous again when Chen Mo came up. She held her clothes tightly with both hands, but the next second, a body with the aura of a young boy lay beside her. He is coming up? Soo-yoon's body suddenly stiffened slightly. Chapter 24 Shameful Aunt Soo. At this moment, Soo-yoon closed her eyes, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing unconsciously became much heavier. Auntie Soo, if you lean to your side, you will press on the wound, right? Chen Mo asked softly. Soo-yoon hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned around. The two of them suddenly looked at each other face to face, their eyes intertwined. The atmosphere changed, became a little subtle. Turn around. Soo-yoon spoke softly. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, turned around and faced her with his back. Soo-yoon couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. That's much better. If I hadn't controlled the situation just now, I would have made a big mistake accidentally. Time passes quietly and silently. Chen Mo kept an eye on the progress of the blood transfusion from time to time, and when it was almost finished, he pressed the nurse bell. After a while, the nurse came in and removed the needle for Soo-yoon. Press the needle port. The nurse said this and left the ward. Soo-yoon said gently, go to sleep. Aunt Soo, you should also go to bed early. After the two finished talking, the ward fell silent again. The night passed quickly. When Chen Mo woke up the next day, he felt his arms were filled with warmth and softness, a plump and mature body, and a pleasant body odor. He opened his eyes and found that he was hugging Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon also put one hand on him, and the two of them were face to face. Soo-yoon's red lips were glowing with an alluring luster, and she was only a few centimeters away from Chen Mo. Chen Mo seemed to be bewitched and his face unconsciously moved closer to her. Slowly, when they were about to touch, Soo-yoon opened her eyes. When she saw Chen Mo for the first time, she was stunned for a moment and said with a hint of panic. What are you going to do? Chen Mo held his breath, then moved closer to Soo-yoon while she was looking at him directly. Oh! Soo-yoon's beautiful eyes widened. She never expected Chen Mo to be so bold. I was clearly awake, but he still dared to kiss me. Her hand subconsciously pushed Chen Mo's shoulder gently. But it doesn't seem to be of any use. Or maybe she didn't use any strength at all. Not only did he not push Chen Mo away, but the two of them moved closer. Chen Mo hugged her waist tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Soo-yoon's whole body tensed up and she slowly closed her eyes. The hand that had been pushing Chen Mo's shoulder unconsciously turned into a light hug around Chen Mo's neck. The breathing of both of them became rapid involuntarily. Like two fish dying of thirst, they absorbed water from each other. Chen Mo felt the indescribable beauty of Soo-yoon, a mature woman. Soo-yoon felt Chen Mo's youthful hormones. The two of them were immersed in their own world. There were footsteps at the door, followed by a knock. Boom boom. Chen Mo and Soo-yoon let go of each other instantly, as if they were thieves who had been caught in the act. Doctor's rounds. The doctors entered the room and found the patient lying on the bed with a rosy complexion and looking very well. Bed number 21, stab wound in the lower back, excessive blood loss. I had a blood transfusion last night. How are you feeling today? Are you feeling well? No, it's much better. Soo-yoon replied calmly. That's good. It's best to stay in the hospital for another day for observation and have the nurse change the dressing on the wound in time. Okay, thank you, doctor. Chen Mo sat aside and said. Yeah, it's okay. The doctor said and left the ward. The two people left in the ward breathed a sigh of relief. I was almost discovered. Chen Mo looked at Soo-yoon with a smile. Aunt Soo, are you okay? Soo-yoon couldn't hide her shyness at this moment. Yeah. Chen Mo knew that he needed to divert attention and diffuse the atmosphere. Then I'll go buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? Soo-yoon, porridge is fine. Chen Mo agreed and then left the ward. Wait until Chen Mo leaves. Soo-yoon couldn't help but pull up the quilt to cover her face. Soo-yoon, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He is Jingshua's classmate. I'm only 18 years old. He's in puberty and can't control himself, how can you follow suit? Soo-yoon felt ashamed and her face flushed, feeling extremely embarrassed for her behavior. Oh, she remembered one more thing. Soo-yoon immediately took out her cell phone, which already had several calls. I think he called after I called the police last night, but the police didn't find me at the scene, so they made the call. Soo-yoon thought about this situation and decided to seek help from lawyer Shin Bing first. On the other side, Chen Mo went downstairs and bought a rich variety of breakfast. When she returned to the hospital ward, Suyun had just hung up the phone. Who should I call? Shinbing, she will be here soon. We will go to the police station together. She can help. Good. Chen Mo handed her the breakfast he had bought. Eggs, milk, and porridge. After eating, I'll go change the medicine later. The two finished their breakfast, and then the nurse came to change Suyun's medicine. Another half hour passed. The crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from the door of the ward. Thump thump thump. A woman wearing an exquisite professional short skirt, a black hip skirt, seductive curves, long beautiful legs, wrapped in black stockings, and black high heels. Shinbing exudes the aura of an elite lawyer and is the perfect template for a beautiful lady in the workplace. Sister Yun, are you okay? As soon as Shinbing entered the ward, she walked towards Suyun with concern. It's all right. Suyun waved her hand and replied with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Bingbing. You have come all the way here. It's okay. It's awkward to talk about this between us. Then let's go to the police station together. I'll help you. Shinbing said this while glancing at Chen Mo with a teasing smile. Boss Chen is really awesome. He beat 10 people by himself and is not even injured. Chen Mo coughed lightly and said, Lawyer Shen, please stop mocking me. If Sister Yun hadn't blocked the knife for me, I would be the one lying on the bed. Shinbing blinked her beautiful eyes and said, That's pretty impressive. I won't have to worry about ignorant people making trouble with you in the future. Chen Mo. Suyun couldn't help but help Chen Mo out. Bingbing, how do you usually deal with this kind of thing? When Shinbing saw Suyun asking, he suddenly became more serious and said, It's not a big problem. It's usually considered a fight. If one party feels that they have suffered a loss, they can continue to sue for compensation, but most of them end in nothing, so don't worry. Suyun felt relieved and nodded. However, when the three of them arrived at the police station and asked, the thugs over there didn't call the police and didn't say anything. That's why the police kept calling the person who called the police, Suyun. Do you need to report it to the police? No. Shinbing waved her hand. There is no way to punish those guys in the current legal environment. Moreover, judging from the injuries, the gangsters are in a worse situation. Well, you don't need me at all. Shinbing smiled and spread her hands. Shall we go back then? Chen Mo said, Okay, let's have a meal first, Lawyer Shen. I didn't even thank you for your help last time, so we have to have a meal together this time. I just happen to have something to tell you. Are you busy? Then we can have dinner. Shinbing agreed with a smile. Chapter 25 Applying Medicine to Antsu. Chen Mo, Suyun, and Shinbing drove to a pretty good restaurant nearby. The three of them found a private room, sat down and ordered food. After dinner. Only then did Chen Mo start talking about business. Shinbing pretended to listen attentively. Chen Mo, I would like to ask you to be our company's secretary first. Shinbing was stunned for a moment, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Secretary. This was something she never expected. I am an elite lawyer, and I am your secretary. Suyun looked at Shinbing's expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. She also didn't know why Chen Mo liked recruiting secretaries so much. Don't be anxious, Lawyer Shen. Let me explain. Shinbing narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his explanation. Chen Mo smiled and said, Our company will gradually expand into other businesses. In addition, there are some brands, patents, etc. that need to be supervised. I would like to ask you to be the general manager of our company's legal affairs and legal secretary. Shinbing rolled her eyes, she understood what he meant. A legal secretary in charge of the company's legal affairs, right? Right. Chen Mo nodded seriously. How much is your monthly salary? Shinbing is also very direct. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, Your salary will be increased by 20% now. Shinbing raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm currently working in a law firm, and my salary may be negative. She couldn't help but sigh as she spoke. Nowadays, people's legal awareness is not very strong, so naturally there are not many businesses in this field. But there will definitely be great improvements in the future. Suyun smiled, then you still have to pay, Bingbing. Shinbing. Chen Mo smiled and said, Lawyer Shen, I'm not very familiar with the market in your industry. Please name a price. Shinbing looked at Suyun, then turned to look at Chen Mo and said, 6,000. After 1 month of regularization, 8,000. Suyun couldn't help but sigh that reading more is indeed useful. Look at their salaries, starting at 6,000. 8,000 for full-time employees. Can. Chen Mo agreed without any hesitation. It's a pleasure working with you. Now should I call you boss? Well, you can call me anything. Chen Mo smiled slightly. At the same time, a clear voice rang in Chen Mo's mind. Shinbing's rating: appearance 92, figure 93, temperament 94, ability 92, potential 90. Overall rating: 92.2 points. Master level secretary. Get the Master Secretary treasure box. Bite. Congratulations to their host for completing the main mission, the 4th Secretary Diamond level score or above. Reward: 10,000 points. Shinbing's overall score is indeed very high. A master level treasure chest. Moreover, the main mission was just completed. Do you want to open the master treasure chest? Yes. Open the master level treasure box and receive a monetary reward of 1 million. Get lucky with love. The chance of an excellent woman appearing increases by 90%. Get a 90% bonus to the success rate of real estate development. Another romantic encounter? But this time is different from before. Before she was an excellent secretary, this time she is an excellent woman. With these two bonuses, the chances of outstanding women appearing around Chen Mo in the future will increase dramatically. In addition, Chen Mo's assets also increased by 1 million. Assets: 7.255 million yuan, ranked 5th in Qingyang County. He is getting closer and closer to the goal of becoming the richest man in the county. Boss, shall we go? Shinbing woke up Chen Mo, who was still immersed in his fantasy. Chen Mo came to his senses and left the restaurant with the two women. 2 women and 1 man got on the car. Chen Mo looked at Shinbing and said, Lawyer Shin, the brand registration property rights of GKD will be handed over to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shinbing is full of confidence in his profession. Chen Mo smiled slightly, okay. More than an hour later, the three returned to Qingyang County. Originally, Chen Mo wanted to send Suyun home to rest, but she insisted on going to the office. Chen Mo had no choice but to let her continue working. As for Shinbing, she began to organize information and register brand trademarks. It was getting late at night. Chen Mo found that the lights in the office on the 3rd floor were still on. Suyun is still here. She supported her face with one hand while reading a book. Chen Mo walked up to her and Suyun didn't even notice. Only then did Chen Mo realize that Suyun had fallen asleep. There was a notebook with a lot of notes on her desk, and the books were related to real estate. Chen Mo patted her shoulder gently. Aunt Su? Aunt Su. Suyun slowly opened her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw Chen Mo. Go home and sleep. Suyun nodded and stood up to pack her things. She took her things and followed Chen Mo. As I was walking, I suddenly felt something was wrong. This is going to his house. It's too late to go home safely. Chen Mo opened the door as he spoke. You need to change the dressing on the wound on your waist. I just brought the medicine up. Suyun hesitated and nodded gently, thank you. She was in a complicated mood at this time. Chen Mo, Auntie Su, please wash up first, I will change the medicine for you later. Suyun licked her lips lightly, I don't know when Chen Mo took control of the initiative between the two of them. By coincidence, this was not the first time Suyun had lived in Chen Mo's house. After she finished washing up, she walked out. Because her figure is so perfect, no matter what she wears, she is attractive enough. Especially, she always thought that wrapping herself tightly would reduce the chance of attracting attention. But on the contrary, the tighter her mature and voluptuous figure is wrapped, the tighter her bust, waist and hips become, and the more seductive she becomes. Especially now she is wearing a slim fit suit, which is close to her body. Her mature and plump upper body supported the white shirt, and I was really afraid that she would accidentally burst the buttons if she breathed. Slender beautiful legs, just the right amount of plumpness, fleshy but extremely well proportioned. Aunt Su, would you like to change your clothes? Chen Mo pointed at Suyun's shirt which was cut open at the waist. This one. Suyun looked at the short t-shirt in Chen Mo's hand. It was Chen Mo's own clothes. She took the clothes and went into the room. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt with some hesitation. At the same time, Chen Mo went to get the medicine and gauze to change Suyun's wound, walked to the door and knocked. Suyun hesitated for a moment and said, "Come in." Chen Mo pushed the door and walked in. Suyun looked at Chen Mo and asked tentatively, "How about changing the medicine tomorrow?" Chen Mo said, "The doctor said that the weather is hot, so we need to change the dressing every day to prevent the wound from getting inflamed." Suyun bit her red lips lightly and slowly lay down on the bed. Chen Mo sat down next to her and could feel Suyun's body tense up. She has long legs and a perky peach butt. Her waist is not very thin, but her waist-to-hip ratio is excellent. Chen Mo slowly rolled up her short t-shirt a little bit. Fair skin comes into view. Chen Mo gently untied the gauze on her lower back. Use a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently press on her sutured wound. Tilde. Suyun snorted softly. Their voice was so seductive that she couldn't help but wiggle her hips slightly. This sultry scene makes people unable to stop the blood rushing. Chapter 26 started with appearance, fell in love with talent, and was loyal to character. Suyun didn't know how seductive her unconscious action was. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and continued to clean her wounds and apply ointment. His tilde. Suyun took a deep breath. Pain. A little. Suyun buried her face in the quilt. Then, she felt Chen Mo's hand sliding across her waist and flat belly. Chen Mo was bandaging her wound. "All right. Thanks." Suyun said softly, turned around and tried to get up. But when she tried to get up, she pulled the wound on her waist and felt a pain. Suyun could not hold on any longer and fell backwards. At the same time, Chen Mo subconsciously reached out to pull her. Suyun grabbed Chen Mo's hand and pulled him down instead. Chen Mo fell directly on her. Both of them were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Chen Mo felt her mature and plump figure, and her bright red lips, which were particularly attractive under the light. And her body fragrance makes people want to get close to her. At this time, Suyun couldn't help but clutch the quilt tightly with one hand, and her heart beat rapidly. The tension is indescribable. A hot breath hits me in the face. Suyun couldn't help but slowly close her eyes. Chen Mo's enthusiasm was gradually igniting her defensive and closed heart. But at a certain moment, Su Qingshue's face appeared in her mind. He is Qingshue's classmate. As a rational person, Suyun told herself that she should stop at this time. There are actually various differences between the two. The most realistic thing is age. It is unlikely that the two of them will have a future. She also didn't want to delay Chen Mo. From the time they spent together, she knew that Chen Mo would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Once he spread his wings, he would soar into the sky. Just when Chen Mo was about to take a step further, Suyun held his hand. Her breathing became much more rapid. "Chen Mo. We can't." Chen Mo looked at her. "Why? Is it because of age?" "I don't care." Suyun shook her head. Chen Mo could understand how a woman felt at this time. She feels insecure. This is also normal. Suyun looked at Chen Mo tenderly and said slowly, "You still have a bright future, a broader world, you will meet a better girl there, you are the same age, she will be as good as you, everyone will bless you, I am different." Chen Mo looked at her seriously. "Aunt Su, you care too much about other people's opinions. Why should we be bound by other people's eyes and opinions in our life? Do what you want to do what makes you happy, only then will your life be meaningful." Suyun was slightly stunned. Chen Mo's words suddenly touched her. Her heart suddenly began to beat. She murmured softly, "Do what you want to do. What makes you happy?" Suyun slowly raised her head and looked at Chen Mo, saying seriously, "Do you really like me?" "Certainly." Chen Mo replied firmly. "From the first time I saw you, Aunt Su, I was deeply impressed. You like me because I'm pretty?" Suyun asked a question that every woman cared about. Chen Mo, "Of course." This answer is very real and honest. Suyun was not such a pretentious person, she liked this frank answer. Chen Mo continued, "There is a saying that goes, it starts with appearance, falls in love with talent, and is loyal to character." Suyun's heart trembled. These words made her involuntarily bring herself into the situation. Everything that happened between the two of them during this period of time flashed through her mind like a movie. From when she was harassed by the bold boss, Chenmo carried her home. The two of them discussed business matters and future plans together day and night, and last night, Chenmo faced a dozen thugs alone to protect her. At this moment, Suyun felt that this sentence was very applicable to the relationship between her and Chenmo. It starts with appearance, falls in love with talent, and is loyal to character. At this moment, Suyun looked at Chenmo's eyes, which were shining. She slowly raised her delicate and beautiful face, and said in a hot voice, Chenmo, In their world at this moment, only each other exists. Just when Chenmo was about to strike, Suyun blushed, held his hand and whispered. Can we wait a little longer? Give me some time. Chenmo took a deep breath. It was too painful to break halfway, after all, they were completely carried away. But love is a matter of mutual consent, and he had to respect Suyun's ideas. Plus, she has a back injury. Suyun bit her lip lightly and whispered. I can help you in other ways. Chenmo's eyes suddenly lit up. This suggestion was quite good. Ansu, thank you for your hard work. One night passed in the blink of an eye. The morning light, with a hint of warmth, shines through the curtains and onto the clothes on the floor. Suyun slowly opened her eyes and felt pain all over her body. Her back injury seemed to be a little worse. When she thought about the scene of compensating Chenmo last night, her face turned red and hot. She looked at the time and it was already late. Suyun struggled to get up despite the pain in her back. She quietly packed her clothes and tiptoed out of the room. Chenmo slowly opened his eyes, looked at Suyun's leaving back, and smiled. After a while, Chenmo stretched, tidied himself up, and left the room. When I came out, I found a bowl of freshly cooked noodles on the living room table. 2 eggs, this seems to be a way to nourish my body. Chenmo smiled slightly and walked towards the kitchen. Ansu. Suyun was not in the kitchen. Where are the people? Gone. Are you afraid of being discovered by others? Chenmo knew that Suyun was very meticulous, and from her perspective, it was normal for her to have this worry. After Chenmo washed up, he sat down to eat noodles. The noodles tasted very good and I finished them in just a few mouthfuls. Chenmo went out and walked towards the office on the 3rd floor. Before Chenmo got closer, he heard the voice of a girl talking from inside. By Ruoshi, Sister Yun, I heard that the boss is going to open a new store. Suyun, yes, in the city, it's being renovated these days. Lilu, GKD must be very popular in the city. People from the city have come to eat here in the past few days. By Ruoshi, we are on the 2nd floor as well. There are also many people from the city. Just then, Chenmo knocked on the door and walked in. The moment Suyun saw Chenmo, her pretty face inexplicably turned red and she lowered her head slightly. The beautiful woman, who has always been mature and confident, couldn't help but behave like a little woman at this moment. Morning, boss. Lilu greeted with a smile. Since becoming a secretary, she has become more and more confident. Bai Ruoshi smiled sweetly. Morning, boss. She is now wondering when she can play 3 Kingdoms with Chenmo again. Chenmo smiled and said, you guys came quite early. Bai Ruoshi looked at the exquisite and expensive watch on her wrist. It's getting late. Lilu immediately said, I have to go downstairs to check on the stock. Chenmo suddenly remembered something. Lilu, have you checked the previous bill for Fu Lamine? Lilu nodded. Ansu and I checked together and found that many of the previous accounts did not match. Suyun regained her strong woman demeanor. I contacted lawyer Shinbing and planned to negotiate with Fu Lamine first. If the negotiation fails, I will sue him directly in court. Chenmo nodded slightly. Okay. Lilu, then I'll go down first. By Ruoshi, I'll go down and take a look too. For a moment, Chenmo and Suyun were the only ones left in the office, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Suyun stood up. I contact Shinbing. When she walked past Chenmo, Chenmo directly grabbed her hand and hugged her in his arms. Suyun's voice sounded a little flustered. Chenmo, this is the office. Chapter 27. Ansu, is your waist okay? Chenmo looked at Suyun's flustered look and couldn't help but smile. A mature and confident woman also has a feminine side. This contrast will make people feel a sense of accomplishment. Auntie Su, is your waist okay? It would have been fine if Chenmo didn't ask this. As soon as he asked this, those embarrassing scenes appeared in Suyun's mind unconsciously, and she wanted to run away immediately. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard outside the door. Someone is coming. Chen Mo let go of Su Yun. She looked at Chen Mo with a reproachful look, showing the charm of a mature woman. At the same time, there was a knock on the door and Chen Mo opened it. Hey, the boss is here. Shen Bing was heroic and full of the competence of a strong woman. She looked at Chen Mo with a smile on her face. Chen Mo smiled and said, Secretary Shen, good morning. Shen Bing said seriously, Boss, good morning. Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Bing Bing, come here quickly. Shen Bing lightly lifted her black hair and said with a smile, Here comes Sister Yun. Boss, I have to talk to Sister Yun about work. Chen Mo, go ahead. Now everyone here has their own job, and it seems that he is not really needed. The location of the third GKD branch has not yet been finalized. Chen Mo glanced at Su Yun. She had enough things on her hands and was injured. It would be best if she didn't move. Just go by yourself first. Chen Mo left the office. Drive to the city. The third store was still located in Qingyarn City. Other places are too far away and it is not convenient to manage them back and forth. Chen Mo chose the nearest one. The second store is located in the central area of the South City, and the third store is located in the central area of the East City. These are the two busiest streets in the entire city. This time, the shop I rented had more twists and turns than the second one. The store is located at the corner of the entire street. But the price is not less than other stores. According to his current situation, Chen Mo doesn't really care about these things. Although the location of this store is not good, Chen Mo is confident that he can make it successful. The huge increase in traffic means that you will basically never lack customers. However, some problems arose when contacting the store owner. The boss's phone call came through. But no one answered. Chen Mo could only go to see the renovation progress of the second GKD first. Under Su Yun's arrangement, the decoration team that had previously decorated the first GKD has arrived in Qingyarn City and started construction. They had accumulated experience when decorating their first home. The second one is more skilled. Boss Chen, when will the third store start installing? The contractor, Lao Yu, took out a box of cigarettes from his bag with a smile on his face and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his hand, It's almost done. After you finish installing here, you should go to the third one. Old Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Chen, you are really amazing, young and promising. My decoration is not as fast as your store opening, please take care of me in the future. Chen Mo smiled and said, As long as you do your job well, we will look for you without any help. But if you don't do your job well, even acquaintances won't work. Old Yu nodded repeatedly, Understood, understood. We will do the job, Boss Chen, don't worry. Chen Mo stayed in charge of the shop renovation until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the renovation team got off work. At this time, Chen Mo's cell phone rang. The phone number is not familiar, but it seems a little familiar. Chen Mo answered the phone and heard a woman's pleasant but panicked voice and loud music from the other end of the phone. Husband. Come on. Go away. I don't drink, my husband will be here soon. Who are you? Chen Mo was a little confused. Who was this person? Why did he call her husband right away? Wrong number. Chen Mo looked at the phone number again. Now I remembered who was calling. I called the shop landlord this afternoon. Where are you? A bar. A hipster bar. The woman replied in a loud voice. You wait. Chen Mo immediately got in the car and drove to the bar. Fortunately, Chen Mo actually saw this place when he was walking around today. This is the earliest bar in Qingyarn City. Business is booming. But the people who come to the bar are a mixed bunch, but the majority are gangsters, non-mainstream people, little girls, etc. It is normal to have such disputes. If it weren't for the rush to complete the third GKD branch, Chen Mo really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. The car sped all the way and stopped in front of the bar. Chen Mo kept talking on the phone while driving there. There seemed to be a stalemate on the other end of the phone. The main thing is what women say, you can't mess with my husband. The other party became more interested, and said in a tone that made the woman convinced, okay, I want to see who your husband is. I hope your husband doesn't piss his pants by then. Chen Mo entered the bar and saw an extremely beautiful woman at first sight. The point is, she has a scholarly air that doesn't fit in here, and it's obvious that she's not the type to come to this kind of place. The woman was probably about 27 or 28 years old, with beautiful features and elegant temperament. The most important thing was that she was big, had a thin waist, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and was wearing black stockings and high heels. A standard top-notch beauty. At this moment, there was a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes. The men surrounding her were bald thugs with tattoos. However, there was a gangster with green hair among them who looked familiar to Chen Mo. Chen Mo said into the phone, "Watch the door." When the woman heard the voice on the phone, she immediately turned to look at the entrance of the bar. "It's her." Chen Mo had a calm expression and walked towards the woman. As Chen Mo walked over, the expressions of those gangsters began to look a little strange. Especially the green-haired non-mainstream gangster, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. The others looked as if they had seen an evil star, with stiff expressions. Chen Mo looked at these people, especially the green-haired man with ointment on his face and the bald man wrapped in gauze, and memories of the barbecue restaurant a few nights ago came back to him. Bad memories suddenly flooded into green hair and the others' minds, and they looked at Chen Mo with painful expressions. "It's you? I've met a ghost. I can also run into this. Go, go. Brother, we didn't touch her, not even a hair." After green hair finished speaking, several thugs scrambled to leave the booth. It seemed as if anyone who walked slowly would be beaten up by Chen Mo. At this time, the beautiful lady sitting on the sofa looked at this scene, looked at Chen Mo in surprise, and blinked. "What is going on? Who is this man?" He walked over without saying a word, and these thugs were so scared that they ran away in panic. What happened was beyond her imagination. Lu Qingqian originally thought that this time it would be very troublesome. When these gangsters arrived, people around them didn't dare to get close to them. It was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. But she never expected that a casual phone call she made would result in the arrival of such a powerful man. Chapter 28: The Drunk Landlady. Lu Qingqian opened her red lips slightly and looked at Chen Mo in daze and surprise. Chen Mo looked at her, sat down next to her and said, "Are you the landlord of the shop on East Street?" Lu Qingqian nodded, "Yeah." "Chen Mo, I want to rent your shop, how much is it per year?" Lu Qingqian blinked, 50,000 a year. Chen Mo, "Okay, I'll rent it for 2 years." Lu Qingqian bit her lip and said, "Since you helped me, I can do less with you." Chen Mo smiled slightly, "Okay, how much less?" Lu Qingqian poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Chen Mo, 5,000 less. Chen Mo nodded, "Okay. But I won't drink. I drove here." This was a very cost-effective move, saving me $5,000. Lu Qingqian looked at Chen Mo with interest and said, "You don't look that old. Why did those people run away in dismay when they saw you? Are you the young master of some wealthy family?" Chen Mo shook his head, "Ordinary people." Lu Qingqian had a look of disbelief on her face. After all, someone so young who could drive a car couldn't be an ordinary person. What's more, when those thugs saw Chen Mo, they were like mice seeing a cat. It was even more impossible for her to believe what Chen Mo said, an ordinary person. "Sign the contract tomorrow." As Lu Qingqian spoke, he picked up the wine glass, took a big sip, and then choked. Ahem. Obviously, she doesn't drink. "I can't drink, but I still come to the bar, and I come alone." Chen Mo looked at her and said, "You'd better leave early." Many men around looked at Lu Qingqian with shining eyes. This situation is normal in this place. With Lu Qingqian's top-notch looks, almost perfect figure, and fresh and elegant temperament, it would be strange if she didn't attract men. If they hadn't witnessed the gangsters running away as soon as Chen Mo arrived, knowing that he was not someone to be trifled with, the people who came to chat him up and drink with him would probably have lined up at the door. Lu Qingqian took another sip of wine, and a beautiful blush appeared on her face. She pointed at the wine on the table and said in a somewhat depressed mood, "There's so much wine and I haven't even finished one glass." Chen Mo felt that this woman must have encountered something. She raised her delicate face and looked at Chen Mo, "Do you want to drink with me?" Chen Mo looked around, and those envious guys immediately turned their heads away. "If I leave, this woman will probably be in a lot of trouble. If you don't drink alcohol, drink Coke." Lu Qingqian placed a can of Coke in front of Chen Mo. At the same time, the atmosphere in the bar is gradually becoming lively. As midnight approaches, the manic music stirs up everyone's emotions. Everyone was drinking and dancing wildly to the rhythm. The environment can trigger hormones in people. At this time, Lu Qingqian raised his head and drank the entire glass of wine. For a moment, her eyes became a little blurry. She approached Chen Mo and shouted, "Stand up, let's jump together." Lu Qingqian seemed to be drunk, leaning against Chen Mo, swaying her body. Her royal figure is attractive enough. Chen Mo took a deep breath and moved back, increasing the distance between them. But the next second, Lu Qingqian directly hugged Chen Mo. She leaned her face on Chen Mo's shoulder, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she gently lifted her waist-length hair, speaking in a seductive manner. "Don't you like me? I'm not pretty. Or am I not in good enough shape?" Chen Mo. With this alcohol tolerance, he gets drunk after just one glass. I hate being bound by all those rules and regulations at home. Now, I get to be myself. Lu Qingqian vented loudly in Chen Mo's ear. Love or a woman with strict family education? The agitated music and the rising of alcohol. Lu Qingqian leaned tightly against Chen Mo. Her body was burning hot. Chen Mo felt it. Something seemed to be wrong with her. It shouldn't be like this if you're drunk, right? Chen Mo was a little confused and glanced at the wine glass. Was the wine tampered with? In places like this, there are many people who put things in their cups. Chen Mo held her in one hand and walked out of the bar. "Where do you live?" Lu Qingqian pointed across the street. "Over there, I don't want to go home." As she spoke, she hugged Chen Mo's neck tightly and whispered, "You smell so good." Chen Mo. As Lu Qingqian spoke, she rubbed Chen Mo with her sexy, mature body. There's something wrong with her. It doesn't look like a normal drunk. Help her into the car. Chen Mo drove the car and didn't know where to go for a while. But just as Chen Mo was driving, Lu Qingqian leaned over again. Her beautiful red lips were imprinted on Chen Mo's face and neck, and the lipstick marks were imprinted on the collar of Chen Mo's shirt. Chen Mo drove the car with one hand and helplessly pinched her delicate and beautiful face with the other hand. It hurts." Lu Qingqian called out coquettishly. "Chen Mo, sit back." Lu Qingqian bit her red lips lightly and nodded obediently. However, after Chen Mo let her go, Lu Qingqian's beautiful face came up again. She hugged Chen Mo with both hands, and Chen Mo looked at her coldly. Lu Qingqian immediately said pitifully, "I can't help it, I want to hug you and kiss you." Chen Mo. It seems that she really drank something she shouldn't have. "Where is your home?" "I'm not going back." It would probably be very troublesome for her to go back like this. Chen Mo could only drive to a hotel. "Get off." Chen Mo helped her out of the car, and they went into a hotel and got a room. While going upstairs, Lu Qingqian kept sticking to Chen Mo. When they arrived at the door, Chen Mo opened it, helped her to the bed and let her lie down. Lu Qingqian pulled Chen Mo down with her. However, not long after lying down, Lu Qingqian fell into a deep sleep. It seems that this medicine has more of a coma effect. However, Lu Qingqian was still hugging Chen Mo tightly while she was asleep. Chen Mo was also tired. He was afraid of waking her up in case the drug took effect again, so he decided to just fall asleep. Time passes. The next day, Lu Qingqian woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at the roof and frowned in confusion. "Where is this?" She turned her head and saw a strange face. Moreover, she was hugging him tightly. Lu Qingqian's brain short-circuited for a moment. What is going on? Who is this man? She subconsciously looked down at her clothes, which were intact. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingqian looked at Chen Mo and recalled everything that happened last night. "I was at a bar last night and wanted to drink, but was harassed by a group of thugs, so I called him. As soon as he arrived, the thugs scattered immediately. Later, he took me to this hotel." Lu Qingqian took a deep breath. This was her first time sleeping with a man. She carefully let go of Chen Mo. But the next second, Chen Mo, who was sleeping, put his arm around her waist and buried his face in her plump arms. Lu Qingqian's body was stiff and her pretty face was hot. Chen Mo was still saying something, "Aunt Su." Chapter 29 Secretary Team Building. What a stinky man, he was in my arms, but he was calling another woman. Chen Mo's unconscious sexual harassment made Lu Qingqian feel the dangers of society. She, who had always been gentle and virtuous, now blushed. It seemed that 28 years of innocence were about to be destroyed by Chen Mo's hands. She was filled with shame and anger. She grabbed Chen Mo's hand and said in a cold voice, "Wake up." But Chen Mo seemed to still be immersed in a beautiful dream with Aunt Su. It even got worse, making Lu Qingqian extremely ashamed and angry. "Well, don't." Finally, Lu Qingqian's voice woken up Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingqian, whose pretty face was blushing and whose beautiful eyes were glaring at him angrily. Chen Mo looked at his hands and seemed to have crossed the line, and said awkwardly, "Hello. What you pig-head?" Lu Qingqian pushed Chen Mo away and ran into the bathroom. Chen Mo scratched his head. "I can't blame myself entirely for this misunderstanding, right? After all, I can't blame myself for dreaming. It was because Suyun was too attractive that she appeared in my dream. In addition, Lu Qingqian's hot body is somewhat similar. Although she is not as mature and plump as Suyun, she can be compared with her." Half an hour later, Lu Qingqian seemed to have thought it through and realized that Chen Mo couldn't be blamed entirely for this. "Last night, I went to the bar to drink in order to rebel against my family. If it weren't for Chen Mo, I'm afraid I would not only." "Thanks." Lu Qingqian walked out of the bathroom, looked at Chen Mo, and said in a clear voice. Chen Mo coughed lightly. "It's okay, are you hungry? Let's have breakfast together? Just chat about renting your shop." Lu Qingqian nodded slightly. The two left their hotel and went to a nearby noodle shop. The noodle shops in Qingyang City are a major feature and the taste is very good. Two people each had a bowl of noodles. "I still don't know your name." "Lu Qingqian." "Chen Mo. I wonder if the 5,000 yuan reduction you mentioned last night still counts." After Chen Mo finished speaking, Lu Qingqian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment while eating noodles. She remembered that she seemed to have said this last night. "Count." Having said that, she won't go back on her word. "Okay, that's 90,000 for 2 years. Chen Mo completed his main task and felt a little relieved. He glanced at the elegant Lu Qingqian and said, "Try not to go to bars in the future. It's not safe. If you have to go, don't go alone." Lu Qingqian raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of rebellion. "Then can I ask you to accompany me in the future?" "Chen Mo." Lu Qingqian took out a key from her bag and put it on the table. "This is the key to the shop. By the way, what kind of business do you want to start?" she asked with a hint of curiosity. Chen Mo smiled and put away the key. "It's not a business, it's just food." Lu Qingqian's eyes lit up. "What to eat?" She seemed mildly interested. "Chen Mo, hamburgers, Coke, fried chicken, etc." Lu Qingqian was surprised. "KFC? McDonald's?" Chen Mo shook his head. "GKD." Lu Qingqian, "GKD? Never heard of it." Chen Mo finished his noodles, paid the bill, and looked at Lu Qingqian. "Go ahead and give you the rent." Lu Qingqian didn't eat much and quickly caught up with Chen Mo. "You are not that old, are you? You are your own boss. Have you not gone to school? It's summer vacation now." "Oh? You're still a student. In college, right?" "This year. I just graduated from high school." Lu Qingqian seemed to have a strong interest in Chen Mo, a boy who had just graduated from high school. "Ms. Lu, I'll give you the rent, and we'll settle it." Chen Mo handed the purse to Lu Qingqian. Lu Qingqian took the paper bag and said, "Is it a bit unsafe for me to carry so much cash by myself? Does this mean that he will be sent home?" However, she was not wrong. Nowadays, there are gangsters and street thugs everywhere, so there is indeed this danger. "Where do you live?" "Next to the Education Bureau." "Good." Chen Mo drove the car and, under Lu Qingqian's command, came to her home. After Lu Qingqian got out of the car, she watched Chen Mo drive away, then she walked towards the Education Bureau's staff compound with her long, beautiful legs. She did not come home last night, although she sent a message to her mother and stayed at her best friend's house. But there is no guarantee that you will be scolded. Lu Qingqian was shocked when she thought that she was already 28 years old but was still bound by the house rules, like an underage girl. However, the main reason for this is that my ancestors came from a scholarly family, and my parents and elders were either in the education system or were teachers and professors at famous schools. Lu Qingqian was educated to be well educated, gentle and virtuous since childhood. In addition to the strict family conditions, another reason is that Lu Qingqian has not yet started a family. Not to mention getting married, with such a strict upbringing, she has never had a boyfriend. Since she graduated 2 years ago, she became a teacher at a prestigious university. After she got a job, her family was eager for her to get married and have children. The elders in my family introduced many young talents to me. But Lu Qingqian didn't have this idea, she even had a rebellious heart. Those young men who were quite fond of her were full of enthusiasm. All were ruthlessly extinguished by her cold attitude. But the elders in the family refused to give in and even stepped up efforts to introduce outstanding young men to her. No matter what, I must let her have a partner during this summer vacation. This made Lu Qingqian's rebellious spirit burn fiercely. So she had a big fight with her mother, left home, and ran to the bar alone in anger, trying to drown her sorrows in alcohol. But when she got to the bar and saw the way the men in the bar looked at her, she felt a little regretful. But since I'm here, I have to drink, otherwise I would be letting down my rebellious heart. Then, he attracted that group of thugs. Then, Chen Mo appeared like a savior. Chen Mo. Lu Qingqian developed a strong interest in this mysterious boy who had just graduated from high school. But there is no rush, since Chen Mo has rented his own shop, so it is easy to find him. Now, let us get through this hurdle at home first. Lu Qingqian just pushed the door open and entered the room. A strict voice sounded in the living room. Lu Qingqian, you still remember to come back, right? What do you want to do if you don't go home for one night? At the same time, Chen Mo went to the second GKD to see the progress of the renovation. Because of the requirements for efficiency and quality, the contractor Lao Yu called in a group of more people to speed up the decoration. It will probably take another 2 or 3 days. The contractor Lao Yu is smart, but he is honest in his work. Chen Mo drove back to Qingyuan County first. Near my old street supermarket, the road is much more congested and there are a lot of people, many of whom are young people. Many of them went to the supermarket, some went to GKD, and some went to the second floor for entertainment. The business here is booming now. Chen Mo went straight up to the third floor and heard crisp laughter. Suyun, Shenbing, Lilu, by Ruoshi, it was the secretary team building. Fu Lemin is jealous of our supermarket's good business. He is just a paper tiger, doing dirty calculations and making money without conscience. Sister Shenbing is really amazing. She scared him so much with just a few words that he returned all the money. That's because Sister Yun is awesome. If Sister Yun hadn't settled the score, we wouldn't have known that he had embezzled so much money. Chapter 30: The conflict between the school beauty and her daughter. Suyun, Shenbing and the others were chatting animatedly. It seems that the matter of Fu Lemin has been dealt with. Chen Mo knocked on the door, pushed it open with a smile and walked in. What are you talking about? You look so happy. The boss is back. We are talking about Fu Lemin. Sister Yun has sorted out all his illegal accounts. How much money did he steal? $12,425. When Sister Yun threw the bill in his face, there was nothing to say. That was all thanks to Bingbing. When she said she was going to sue him in court and put him in jail, he was so scared that he spat out all the money. Suyun said this as she handed the money she got back from Fu Liming today to Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not take the money. I'll leave this money with you first. Use it to buy whatever the company needs. Suyun hesitated for a moment and said, then we have to put a safe in our office. She can't carry this money with her. Chen Mo waved his hand. What do you want to buy? You can decide these small matters. The two of them have become a family that has become one. Chen Mo felt relieved to delegate power to Suyun. In fact, everyone now regards Suyun as the number one person under Chen Mo and the company's general manager. Whenever anyone has a problem, they will consult her first. Well, I'm tired today. Sister Yun, should I get off work? Shall I take you back? Shenbing winked at Suyun. Suyun subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo. The relationship between the two of them was now very close. Good. Chen Mo wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it to Suyun in front of everyone. Boss, bye. Shenbing took Suyun's hand and left the office. The reason why Suyun left with Shenbing was because her relationship with her daughter Su Qingxue had been a little cold in the past 2 days. Su Qingxue has been angry and depressed since she found out that Suyun was working as Chen Mo's secretary. She hopes Suyun will resign and find another job. She might even feel embarrassed in front of other classmates. But Suyun decisively refused. This job is what she expected and wanted. Moreover, Chen Mo gave her enough room to display her abilities, and she felt herself making rapid progress and growth. It is impossible for him to quit his job just for Su Qingshue's face. Su Yun clearly refused. After that, Su Qingxue started to feel sulky. However, Su Yun didn't spoil her. The mother and daughter have already talked. No, it should be said that Su Qingxue unilaterally ignored Su Yun. I always eat at different times from Su Yun. Even though Su Yun had injured her lower back yesterday, she still looked in the mirror and changed the medicine with great difficulty. In addition, Su Yun also felt that her relationship with Chen Mo was developing too quickly. She needed to calm herself down a bit. So I avoided Chen Mo. Chen Mo watched Su Yun leave, feeling a little reluctant. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Sister Bing, are you driving?" Shen Bing smiled and said, "Yeah, boss, you have to reimburse me for the gas money in the future." Chen Mo said unhappily, "You wish. You took Ansu away, and you still want me to reimburse you for the gas money. It's good enough that I don't deduct your salary." Shen Bing and Su Yun left. Li Lu and Bai Ruoshi smiled at each other, and they were also preparing to get off work. "Boss, I'm going downstairs." Li Lu left first. Finally, Bai Ruoshi was left. She seemed to stay there on purpose. "Why don't you leave?" Chen Mo looked at her and asked. Bai Ruoshi coughed lightly. Her eyebrows were beautiful and her pink lips were sparkling. "Boss, let's play Three Kingdoms together after get off work." Chen Mo. "Well, love is like playing a game with yourself. But there is really nothing to do today. It's a good way to entertain yourself. Okay, prepare some food, and we'll clear the customs once today." "Okay, Tilda." Bai Ruoshi's beautiful crescent eyes sparkled and she showed a sweet smile. There is a magical power about her. Her smile is very contagious, and when I see her smile, my mood becomes cheerful unconsciously. "Boss, what do you want to eat? A hamburger?" Bai Ruoshi has also been obsessed with the food in GKD recently. "If you don't eat, can you cook?" "I know a little bit." Bai Ruoshi said a little unconfidently. "At least a little bit. It's better than Chen Mo who knows nothing." Bai Ruoshi whispered, "Boss, I only know how to make stir-fried pork with peppers." Chen Mo coughed lightly, "That's fine. Now is the era without takeout, so it is indeed not very convenient if you want to eat." However, Chen Mo doesn't really like eating takeout. Chen Mo opened the door and Bai Ruoshi looked around the room curiously. "Boss, where is the kitchen?" Bai Ruoshi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white hands. You can tell from her hands that she has never done housework. Chen Mo watched Bai Ruoshi operate from the side. But when Bai Ruoshi was cooking, she would silently recite the order of cooking. This made Chen Mo, who was standing beside him, laugh. Bai Ruoshi seemed to sense something. She turned around to look at Chen Mo, biting her lip a little embarrassedly. Less than 10 minutes. Bai Ruoshi finished work. "It's ready. Come and eat, boss." It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After serving the rice, Chen Mo took a bite of the dish and his eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. Not to mention that this is the only dish Bai Ruoshi can cook, it tastes extremely good. Yeah. Bai Ruoshi was still very satisfied with Chen Mo's feedback. "Let me try it." After she finished eating, she nodded repeatedly, revealing a reserved, sweet smile. "It's okay." Seeing her reserved look, Chen Mo smiled. "Eat quickly, I'll help you pass the level after you finish eating." "Well, how can you say you helped me clear the level?" "We helped each other and cleared the level in pairs." Bai Ruoshi corrected her seriously. Chen Mo smiled and said, yes, we will clear the game in pairs." The two of them had dinner. Then go downstairs. 10 o'clock at night. The second floor was closed at this time. Chen Mo and Bai Ruoshi started the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles. The two of them played together until 0:20 in the morning and finally completed the game. Bai Ruoshi happily high-fived Chen Mo. "Okay. I have to go back. Boss, I'll play next time." Bai Ruoshi hurried home. She probably also had access control, but it was slightly more relaxed than the one Chen Mo met with Lu Qingqian in the city. Chen Mo stretched and watched Bai Ruoshi get into a car from upstairs. Then go back to the room to rest. As soon as Chen Mo lay down, the map of his future business empire appeared in his mind. Since we have already started fast food GKD, can we also add a milk tea shop? In this way, we can form a brand group with fast food. The catering industry such as Hey Did You can also be added later. Except real estate and mobile phones. There is also the automotive industry, which is also a huge industry. For example, the electric cars of the future can easily create a world's richest man. There are a lot of things to do and the road is still long, so we need to take it slow. The following week, the second and third GKD stores have been renovated one after another. Equipment will be opened soon. Chen Mo planned to transfer Lin Yu and another old clerk in the store to the city to be managers of the second and third stores. Go to the city 2 days in advance to train new employees. Today, Chen Mo drove to the city with Suyun to attend the opening ceremony. This week, Suyun has been working diligently and has even made some progress in real estate. But she seemed to start avoiding Chen Mo. The two of them had almost no chance to be alone. If I hadn't he had to go to the city today to attend the opening of the second and third stores. Chen Mo hasn't had a chance to be alone with her yet. Suyun also seemed to know that this was an opportunity Chen Mo deliberately created. She sat in the passenger seat consciously. Chen Mo looked at her. "Aunt Su, why are you hiding from me?" Suyun's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of guilt, and she refused to admit, "No, there have been too many things going on recently." Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Really? Then every time I appear, you leave? Can't the two of us coexist in the same space?" Suyun pursed her lips slightly, knowing that she could not argue, so she said softly, "Chen Mo, we are really not suitable." Chen Mo looked into her beautiful and bright eyes. "Inappropriate." Suyun hummed softly. "Well, you're Qinshua's classmate, we are." The next second, she exclaimed. Chen Mo came up to her and blocked her from saying anything else. Suyun widened her beautiful eyes, her pretty face flushed, and she twisted her mature and plump body slightly with shame. "Chen Mo, you." Chapter 31, Blame Aunt Su for being too beautiful. Half an hour later. In the passenger seat of the car, Suyun's pretty oval face blushed with embarrassment. She frowned slightly and snorted. "Millimeter, it hurts." Chen Mo immediately let go of her and asked with concern, "Is your waist injured?" "Let me take a look," Chen Mo said as he placed his hand on her soft waist. "Don't." Suyun held Chen Mo's hand and said with a hint of resentment, "It's all your fault." Chen Mo couldn't help but feel embarrassed and argued softly, "You can't blame me entirely." Suyun looked at him with shyness and resentment in her beautiful eyes. "Not blaming you? Are you blaming me too?" Chen Mo nodded slightly and said honestly, "Well, it's because you are so attractive, Aunt Su." Suyun blushed and spat, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Suyun spoke with resentment, but her heart, which had been sealed for so long, couldn't help but beat wildly. "Drive quickly to the city." Suyun knew that she couldn't continue to dwell on this topic, so she urged Chen Mo to drive. Chen Mo smiled slightly, started the car and drove towards Qingyang City. "Who replaced the medicine for your back injury these days?" Chen Mo took a look at her well-proportioned waist. "I changed it myself." Suyun had an elegant posture. She took out a notebook from her bag and said that when she was contacting the decoration team these days, she got some news related to real estate. "There is a large factory building near the first bridge in the northern part of our county that we would like to sell. I found out the price, it's about 3,000 per square meter. The entire factory covers an area of about 1,000 square meters. The total price is over 3 million. What do you think?" After Suyun finished speaking, she looked at Chen Mo, waiting for him to make a decision. I don't know when it started, but in Suyun's heart, Chen Mo is no longer a teenager who just graduated from high school and is the same age as her daughter Su Qingxue. In her heart, Chen Mo has become a mature, stable, trustworthy and reliable man. It was also because of Chen Mo's outstanding abilities that Suyun was able to temporarily forget the age difference between them. Chen Mo pondered and said, "Do you know the land prices nearby?" "Suyun, it's about the same price. The price is not expensive. In this era, and given the slightly remote location, 3,000 is not expensive but not cheap either." Chen Mo nodded slightly, "You can try." He now has nearly 6 million in cash flow in his pocket. It is enough to buy this property. Suyun looked thoughtful, "I'll bargain for a lower price. I think the factory owner is in urgent need of money." Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Okay, Aunt Su, you are worthy of being my good wife. Suyun. She is now increasingly unable to cope with Chen Mo. Ever since the two of them had an intimate relationship, Chen Mo no longer had the respect he once had for Auntie Su. On the contrary, every time I call her Aunt Su, it seems a bit ill-intentioned. An hour and a half later, Chen Mo and Suyun came to GKD's second store. The second store opened today, and the third store was almost completed today and is scheduled to open the day after tomorrow. The first day the second store opened was packed with people. A big part of the reason for this is that everyone has heard of the name GKD. Judging from the discussions, it seemed that some people had eaten at a restaurant in the county. Finally, we opened a store in our downtown area. The boss should have come a long time ago. We took a bus to Qingyang County to eat last time. The flow of people was just as Chen Mo expected. After all, it is the busiest neighborhood in the south of the city, and new things are bound to be popular among young people. According to the current level of development, the larger the city, the more people consume fast food, milk tea, and coffee. Chen Mo is preparing to set up a milk tea shop. Finally, together with GKD, we formed a brand effect. Chen Mo would tell Suyun his thoughts as soon as possible. Suyun would be surprised every time. She used to doubt whether Chen Mo's ideas would work, but after several practices, now she will do it immediately. Her ability and execution made Chen Mo feel at home. The opening of GKD's second store went smoothly. Chen Mo and Suyun stayed here until the store closed at night. Afterwards, the two went to GKD's third store together. The third store is undergoing the final finishing touches. The contractor, Old Yu, greeted Chen Mo and Suyun with a smile on his face. Mr. Chen, Secretary Su. Lao Yu knew Suyun when she was still working in sales. At that time, I thought Suyun was beautiful, with a great figure and good temperament. There are countless people who envy Suyun. Although Suyun is kind to outsiders, if you really have any improper thoughts, you will immediately feel her cold side. Fortunately, Lao Yu was able to control himself and work honestly. That's why Suyun asked him to do the job of decorating the shop. In the past, Suyun was just a salesperson, and Lao Yu felt that the two of them could still have a chat. Suyun is very different now. Although he has the title of secretary, he actually has considerable power. Old Yu, you've been working hard lately. Suyun's voice is gentle and pleasant. Old Yu smiled and said, it's not hard, it's my duty. I'm just afraid that if I don't do it well, it will cause trouble to Mr. Chen and you. In order to open the business within the time stipulated by Chen Mo, they worked overnight. Chen Mo took a look around and found the decoration to be quite good. He nodded and said, you can ask Secretary Su to pay your wages. Okay, thank you Mr. Chen. Old Yu smiled happily. The most frightening thing about working in this industry is that the client makes excuses when it comes time to settle wages. But this kind of situation never happens on Chen Mo's side. After looking at the shop decoration, Chen Mo and Suyun walked out of the store. Auntie Su, let's go shopping. I heard there are a lot of clothes for sale here. Suyun asked in confusion, you want to buy clothes? Chen Mo stood straight and looked at her, yeah. Suyun raised her eyebrows slightly and walked on the street with Chen Mo. The streets at night are brightly lit and there are many pedestrians out for fun. There is a street selling clothes here. Chen Mo walked into a store that looked pretty good. Hello, welcome. The waiter came over warmly. She subconsciously looked at Chen Mo and Suyun in front of her. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful and elegant. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich man, but if he grits his teeth he should have the spending power. This is the waiter's judgment of the customer. Chen Mo didn't care about the waiter's gaze. Pointing to a set of exquisite women's uniforms, he said, try this one. Chen Mo said this and looked at Suyun. Suyun was slightly stunned, me. Chen Mo did not comment and continued, there is also this white set. How about giving it to me? Suyun. She walked closer to Chen Mo, this one doesn't look cheap, let's go to another one. Chen Mo smiled and said, the price is not important. What matters is whether it looks good on you. Suyun glanced at the waiter who was listening silently beside her, and her pretty face blushed. I wonder what the waiter would think of their relationship. The waiter praised sincerely at the right time, Miss, you have such a good figure, you will look good in this. Suyun. She couldn't persuade Chen Mo, so she could only take the first black OL uniform with a short skirt and go into the dressing room. In this day and age, this kind of short skirt is still rare. It is a particularly trendy style. With Soo-yoon's mature and plump figure, if she wears a uniform hip skirt, stockings and high heels, that charm must be off the charts. Chapter 32, Get a Room. While Chen Mo was thinking, Soo-yoon came out after changing her clothes, looking a little restrained. She is tall, mature and plump, with seductive curves. When she wears this extremely slim-fitting uniform, her figure becomes even more superior after being tightened. A pair of long and straight beautiful legs, dazzlingly white, plump and perky buttocks, with a charming curve. Her well-proportioned waist swayed gracefully as she walked. Chen Mo watched from the side and enjoyed the view. How about it? Soo-yoon looked at Chen Mo and asked. There was no need to answer from Chen Mo's expression at this moment, the answer was already obvious. Nice. The skirt is a little short. Chen Mo didn't want Soo-yoon to be stared at as soon as she went out, and there were quite a lot of gangsters and hooligans around now. Change your skirt to knee length. Even if she changed to a knee-length skirt, Chen Mo would still be a little worried given Soo-yoon's charm. Soo-yoon raised her red lips slightly and asked deliberately. Is the skirt too short? Doesn't it look good like this? Chen Mo, it's not short, it looks good. I want to buy this one, and also a knee-length skirt. Soo-yoon was a little confused and asked subconsciously, why buy two? Chen Mo smiled, of course it's for you to change into. After Soo-yoon asked, she knew what he meant. She blushed and glared at Chen Mo with a charming look. Chen Mo smiled even more, she understood. Soo-yoon is indeed a woman of elegant mind and grace, who can understand the elegant meaning of music just by listening to it. The waitress didn't hear anything else but just wanted to sell one more skirt. She happily praised Soo-yoon for her good figure and how beautiful the skirt looked. This black one, and that white one, plus a short skirt, and those high heels, I want them all. Chen Mo finished his heroic speech. The waiter happily followed and packed up. Chen Mo, how much? Boss, the total is 2,608, thank you. The waiter looked at Chen Mo eagerly. Soo-yoon tugged at Chen Mo's clothes. Implied it was too expensive. It's too expensive. Soo-yoon said in a low voice. Chen Mo smiled at her and said, it's not expensive at all. I was afraid that this dress is not worthy of you. When had Soo-yoon ever heard such secretly teasing love words? Even though she was always calm and composed, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Please pay for it. However, the waiter did not wait for Chen Mo to pay the bill. Instead, Soo-yoon took out her bag and counted the money. The waiter was a little stunned. It turned out that this man was not going to pay the bill? Let the beautiful sister pay for it herself. Har har, men only know how to use sweet words to make women happy. Thank you, welcome to visit next time. Chen Mo carried the bag and left the store with Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon looked at Chen Mo seriously and said, the money for buying clothes will be deducted from my salary. Chen Mo smiled and said, Aunt Soo, didn't you see the way the waiter looked at me when you paid the bill? Soo-yoon raised her eyebrows, what kind of look? Chen Mo coughed lightly and said seriously, look at the look in the pretty boy's eyes. Soo-yoon blushed and glared at Chen Mo, subconsciously looking around, afraid that others would hear her and think that she was a bad woman who kept a gigolo. Are you talking about nonsense? Soo-yoon has self-respect and self-love, which makes Chen Mo like her even more deeply. Chen Mo argued seriously, this is the uniform the company bought for you, not me. Soo-yoon. Chen Mo, as the company's general secretary, you represent our company's external image. Think about it, this is a very important matter. There is no problem for the company to buy you a uniform, right? Soo-yoon was convinced by Chen Mo in an instant. Soo-yoon, if I quit my job in the future, do I have to compensate you for the clothes? Chen Mo smiled at her and said, resign. That's not just a matter of losing money, it's about losing my heart. Soo-yoon knew that he was about to start saying something embarrassing again, so she immediately changed the subject. Aren't you going to buy some clothes? This store seems okay, let's go in and take a look. Chen Mo smiled slightly and followed Soo-yoon into the store. The two walked into the men's clothing store. Soo-yoon carefully selected clothes for Chen Mo. After several comparisons, she chose a white shirt, a suit, and a polo shirt that looked mature and business-like. She nodded in satisfaction to confirm the purchase, and spoke generously to the waiter. I want all of these. Pay the bill. Thank you, sister. Chen Mo said with a pretty boy attitude and smiled. Suyun glanced at Chen Mo coquettishly. She took out the money and really wanted to put it back. This is really hard to explain. The waiter looked at the two men again with a meaningful expression and a smile. That's $2,500. Thank you. Suyun used the money that she had seized from Fu Lamin to pay. After the two left, the waiters couldn't help but talk about it. That sister just now was so beautiful, she actually has a gigolo. Chen Mo and Suyun left the clothing store and couldn't help but smile at each other. Suyun then looked at Chen Mo in confusion and said, I'm just confused. Is there anyone willing to treat themselves as a gigolo? It's obviously their own money that they are spending. Chen Mo smiled, Aunt Su, if you like someone, don't care what others say. The most important thing is what you think in your heart. They say I'm a gigolo, am I your gigolo? Suyun. She really couldn't argue with Chen Mo. But I have to admit that what Chen Mo said makes sense. The two got in the car. Chen Mo glanced at the time and said to himself, it's so late now. It's a bit unsafe to drive on a highway at night. When Suyun heard this, she knew what Chen Mo was thinking. She raised her eyebrows and agreed. It's unsafe to drive at night, so. Suyun said as she looked towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo suppressed his smile and said seriously, let's find a place to rest tonight and go back to the county tomorrow. Suyun nodded and agreed happily, okay. Chen Mo asked in disbelief, really? Suyun didn't comment, well. No. Then go back. Chen Mo was overjoyed. The meaning of his words was very clear. Find a hotel now. The most famous 3-star hotel in Qingyang City, a 10-minute drive away. Chen Mo stepped on the accelerator all the way and arrived at the hotel. After parking the car, he glanced at Suyun, whose delicate oval face blushed slightly. It was probably her first time staying in a hotel with a man. Auntie Su, can you get off? Suyun replied softly, then got out of the car and followed Chen Mo into the hotel. Do you have any rooms here? Have. Is there only one? Waiter, there are two. Then let's book one. Waiter. Chen Mo spoke to himself, acted on his own, and paid the money directly. There was no chance for the waiter and Suyun to object. After checking in, Chen Mo glanced at Suyun secretly, feeling a little uneasy. He was unsure whether Suyun would feel embarrassed and run away halfway. Fortunately, Suyun did not refuse. The two took the elevator upstairs together, stopped at the 10th floor, and came to the door of the room. Number 1008. Just one room. Chen Mo looked at Suyun, who was hesitant at the door, and explained. Aunt Su, there is only one room in this hotel. We have no choice but to make do with it while we are away from home. A faint smile flashed across Suyun's beautiful eyes. Oh, okay. She walked into the room first with her long and beautiful legs. Chen Mo suppressed his excitement and followed him in.